Hello. Oh, you probably didn't hear me belch then at the very, very beginning of the second when I started. Hello, anyway. How are you doing, guys? Welcome along to the show. I suppose I'll just do an intro. Is that what I meant to do first? Yeah. I meant to just do that and then talk. Anyway, we have a great show lined up for you guys. We have Skook's Strange World is here. Just making sure it's playing on this side. Anyway, there we go. Is that what I sound like? Cool. Oh, sugar. No, it's all gone to crap. Oh no. I'm going to close that one. We figure that'll do. Right. Enjoy this. This is an intro I made ages ago. And we'll be back. We'll have a great show. Okie dokie, that's that one. That's the intro. I didn't mess it up anymore, did I? Okay, there's no more songs after this. Cool. Hi, welcome along, guys. We have Skook's Skook's Strange World. Now, I want to introduce you to the channel. Welcome along. There you go. It worked. Hello. Welcome along. Hi.
Hi.
Hi, I'm here on this one. Hello, welcome along.
Over there.
Yes, welcome along to the show, Skook. Marissa, is that correct? Marissa?
That's right.
Marissa. I remember that.
That's my name. Don't wear it out.
I'll try not to. I'll try not to. God bless you, and thank you so much for being here. Welcome to the channel.
It is my pleasure.
I wanted to ask you, whereabouts are you from? Where are you in this?
I'm on the other side of the world. I'm in California.
California, eh? And
The
how
granola, it's the granola state, the state of flakes, fruits, and nuts.
Oh, I see. Is that the stuff that's meant to keep you healthy? Granola bars and make you all healthy.
Anyway, I have a question for you.
Oh no.
What was your first Mandela effect that made you start thinking things weren't quite right?
I'll reverse it now. I'm not meant to ask you. Okay. The first
I'll tell you mine if you tell me yours.
I'll tell you. My one, I think, the Lion and the Lamb didn't sit well with me for a long time. Didn't sit with me. Did not sit with me. I researched that. I went and asked people that straight up. That's and I got it's lost in translation. It's lost in translation. It's lost in translation. As you always do with priests. But I do have a friend that's a priest. I used to be in school with him. Or so he used to teach me in school. He was about 3 years older than me. He was my religion teacher, and that was my best subject at school. So I always paid attention in religion class. He always had to do me bits and pieces. And I grew up in a house full of my mother and her sisters, my grandmother and her grandfather, and my granny's sisters, nuns. So very religious family from a very young age. So on that, I knew something was right. Then the C3PO one, and then I think I just kind of jumped back underneath and kind of forgot about it for a little bit and just got on with life for about a year. Then 2016, and everyone got a Mandela effect on. Oh, so it isn't just time slips down. It is now. We've got a name to it, Mandela effect. Okay, cool, right? But it's. I think them two, the religious one. Something is happening.
Something's not right.
Something's not right, or something is right. What do we know?
I don't know. I kind of. My first one was the the Berenstain Bears was one for me because I have 5 children, and I read to them till they were 5 or 6 or more, and those books were like the bread and butter of the books I read because they were always about some object lesson of some kind.
Yes.
And the spelling change, it was Berenstain, which is basically a German/Jewish kind of name. And then it changed to Berenstain. And I'm going, well, that's weird. And I didn't have a big freak about that. But the one that really got me, now I'm 66, so I was alive when Kennedy was shot.
Okay.
And there's, hi, El.
Hi, El. God bless you. Welcome.
There was I was like 9 when he was shot.
Okay.
Assassinated, and I remember very distinctly how horrified and full of sorrow the country was, and even the world.
Yes, of course.
They were like rock stars.
Oh, yes.
We haven't had a president and his family that was so beloved as the Kennedys, even though, like my mom said, that they would be cursed because they got their money from ill-gotten goods because their grandfather was into the mafia and alcohol running during Prohibition, and she said it was dirty money.
Yes,
and she said no good would ever come to them because of that.
Yeah,
sort of a family curse. My mother was, I don't know if you'd want to say superstitious, but she had her notions, and I wouldn't argue with her on that because you look at the family and it's a mess. But anyway, I remember watching that on TV so many times and so many documentaries. Every year they do a show on it. You got to see that same one black and white Super 8 film. That's all they had.
That's the whatever. That's the there's some name on that.
That's all they had, and they were in a 4-seater.
Yeah,
those extended limos did not exist. The stretch limos did not exist back in 63 or 64 in my reality. Okay. And they certainly wasn't 6 people in the car. There were only 4.
There
was the driver,
yes,
the governor, the front seat, and Jackie and John.
Him and Howard the back, yeah.
And Lee Harvey Oswald never shot anybody or had any proof that he'd shot anybody, really. And now in this reality, he shot a policeman who's a big hero. And it's like, I mean, it's all just something smelly in Denmark. Nothing against Denmark because I have Danish in me. So you can't,
Okay.
you can't get mad at me.
Okay.
But I mean, it's just like there's something. When I saw that, I mean, for a year when I realized that, I mean, I'm an intuitive, I'm a psychic. I understand that this world is not immutable, okay? It is solid in some sense, but in another sense, it's not. So, you know, even that, knowing that, when I found out about the Kennedy assassination, it just threw me for about a year. I'll be honest with you. The Mandela effect, and I started talking to people, I started listening to people. Various groups I get in on their live streams, and it's just,
Yeah.
I mean, I can honestly tell you I was in a depression, you know, existential crisis. I don't know what you want to call it, for about a year.
What year was that? What year was that? If you don't mind when
I think that when it really hit me was 2016, 17, when I started having this niggling feeling, and then 2018 it really whammied me, and because you know I was busy doing field work for my occupational therapy assistant degree.
Okay.
And so I was distracted, and you know we get distracted, we don't pay attention to things, and then we finally slowed down. And when I was finally done, I finally, like, you know, kind of recovering from the field work, which was somewhat brutal in some instances.
Yes. Cool.
And here I am.
Okay. 2016. A lot of people. Hi, Pearl. Hi, Carl. And also, hi, Ellie.
Hey, prelim.
Welcome along. Good to see you here, guys. 2016. A lot of people in the community were about 2016. September or October or late 2016.
Yeah, the late part of the year.
Yeah.
Things started getting weird.
Coincide with CERN going on and off and all that, and whatever. I don't know. When you saw that, when you said you got into a depression, like myself, I think I saw it first and then went really deep into myself, trying to figure my own shit out before I could even start thinking about that shit. Because
what it does is it gives you this. You know, you grow up and you're taught this and you're taught that, and this is this and this is that, and you know that there's a spiritual aspect to life, but you always expected this life to be kind of predictable. You know, solid.
It's like as if your world is switched upside down in one moment, because anything and everything is possible just there, and then you see it like, shit, they can just switch it. We can just be switched. Like my memories.
You have to reflect on, well, where do I fit in this, and who am I? What am I? Why am I doing this? Why am I experiencing? I do not believe in conspiracy theories. I am the skeptic in the group, always. Science-based person. I got to second semester calculus. I respect science and knowledge, and it's like I had to think, well, what the frick is going on? And you have to kind of come to some kind of peace with it. I know some people find it very hard to do that.
That's what I was going to ask you. When you got depressed, I know a lot of people when they first got into it didn't know, and it did affect them negatively, let's say. And a lot of other people positively, other people negatively. I noticed that a lot in the community. How long did that last, though? How long was that? Was it a 2 month?
Well, it was close to a year, but I think if you're experiencing it, the best thing to do is think of something positive that you can try to manifest in the next shift.
Yes.
Because I have, you know, we all have our shift indicators, right? That we watch, you know, see. Now the ear ringing was so bad this last week, and now it's almost gone. Okay. That tells me there's either an imminent shift or we just had one.
The ringing in the ear, the human resonance thing or whatever.
Yeah, it can be so loud. It's just, drives you crazy. And, you know, the doctors say, well, they think it's this and think it's that. But it's like, it comes and goes. And something that comes and goes like that, to me, doesn't sound like a health issue per se. I mean, I'm sure there may be health ramifications, maybe.
I looked at that human whatever the hell it's called. That's another word I can't say. Matthew Reed, I don't know if you know Matthew Reed. He's in a couple of the groups. I think he's mod in one of my groups there as well. He's a great mod. He looks at that and studies that a lot because he went to the doctor as kind of as you said with the popping and whatever, and they said he had titus. I know I'm saying that
They
wrong.
call it tinnitus or
Tinnitus,
tinnitus.
yeah. So and he said that he never had it before, or but he could hear it nearly instantaneous because he had this in a way. I get them as well. We all get. I numb them out because they just wreck my head. Like if something's happened, something's happened. I've manifested myself being able to go into a world where there's residue. Every manifestation every switch that I go to, I'm going to somewhere that I've been before, so I can bring back something like that there and show you that it does exist, or the Statue of Liberty, the real way it is. All that kind of stuff. That's what I almost meditate on that on a nightly basis. If I do wake up somewhere else, I'm in somewhere I've been before, so there's something familiar about it.
Well,
And I'm there for a reason.
I think this whole thing is a deeply spiritual experience.
Mm.
It's also a teaching experience because I've manifested things before I knew about the Mandela effect. So I know that, doing certain types of thought process and faith and focus, you can manifest many things.
Absolutely.
And I have a scar on my elbow that back in 2008 I fell and I ripped the end of the ulna off of my ligament. I had very soft bones. I have to take vitamin D now. Anyway, I had to have surgery and a screw in there, and I have a scar about this long. Oh, wow. And the first scar was, modeled after a few years. Scars are funny things. They usually go through a modeling, and then they stop really changing much after that.
Yeah.
You might get, stretched for some reason or stuff, but they don't really change.
Not much.
It changed from a nice flat scar to one with a huge ridge and a big lump on the elbow. And it was like that for a few years. I've been trying, oh, no, that's not going to fly. So I've been trying to focus that when I shift to a body that has a better, nicer scar.
Well, you know what? You say that now. Here's a funny thing. I as a young kid, I had varicose veins on my legs. I went for a varicose veins taken out of one of my legs. I got my right leg taken out first. So I was only like 20 in my mid 20s, and I got you get cut here in the crease, and they do it and they pull up. There was a scar about that length. And over about a 6 months period, it shrunk, and it turned into a spot, popped, and it disappeared.
Yeah, I have friends that had scars that appeared. And some that have disappeared.
Yeah.
Now my scar, I've been focusing on getting a better looking,
But I wasn't manifesting it.
And it's all smooth now again.
It's all wow. So the power of manifestation, do you think, has always been with us, but we don't focus on when we know about it?
And I think too that the shifting has a lot to do with a spiritual journey that our soul is going on.
Okay.
And I had a theory that perhaps, some people say that when we dropped the bombs on Japan, they were so powerful that they fractured the timelines.
Okay.
That on a quantum level.
Right.
And so the changes, we probably can go clear back to the late 40s or mid 40s when that happened to look at, well, what changes were really kind of weird that happened after that? I'm not old enough to remember them, and I don't know anyone older than I am that's in the Mandela community.
Okay.
But I mean, it's like, are we picking up little portions of our soul in each body we inhabit? We're coming back together to our whole self. It might explain why people in our environment who aren't doing that or are native to this place feel like they have less soul.
Okay.
We call them NPCs.
Yeah, NPCs. Yeah.
They don't have depth. You know what I mean?
They're two layers. They're not a layer cake. They're only 2 layers.
Yeah, they're not the beautiful strawberry shortcake that I
am. Yeah. So let me ask you: have you ever heard? There's a theory that I looked along because I've been in there, as I say, for quite a long time. I used to do UFO stuff and time shifts and whatever as well. And then when you have the UFO brain and then you put the Mandela effect brain on top of it, 1 or 2 kind of dots, you can connect kind of dots with similar dates and similar cases and stuff like that. And I researched CERN for quite a long time, just because I was interested in them before the Mandela effect. Trust yourself. So just before the Mandela effect, I was researching CERN anyway, but I was researching that they date back to about 1886 or thereabouts, messing with batteries, and that kind of when they created an electricity bolt or electricity spark, would you say, from a fish. I think it was a manta ray that's now extinct. You can't get that same kind of frequency of electricity off that creature anymore because it's gone. They killed it. They wiped it out. They found every one of them, and they extracted as much electricity as they could from it. Because for some reason that opened what we now know as CERN. When they opened and they switched on something, and that to me, I thought, okay, that's a perfect time when another reality would come in, like a digital one, which what we have seen since then, like a digital little hole pops in, all it needs a little bit of code, and then it can be transmitting all around this world in little voices in people's heads, telling them how to make CERN, telling them how to make computers, telling them how to make silicon chips, telling them how to make this, make that, and that was, maybe in around the mid 1850s.
I do believe in Carl Jung's collective consciousness.
Okay.
And I believe that most, probably everyone who's affected, that in some way we have some kind of connection. I couldn't tell you, however, what that is, but it seems there's something that we have in common, and it's not something obvious because we come from many different walks of life. We come from different countries.
We have a similarity feeling about what we a sort of
why me when hardly anybody my generation is affected.
Well, I've met a lot of people in your generation that are affected.
I think more people in the UK are affected per capita than here in the United States.
Do you know what? That's funny you said it, because I walk around sometimes. I used to ask people, are you, shout out in the middle of the street, does anyone know about the Mandela effect? Mandela effect's smacking, and you'd be surprised. People do put their hands up, but they are kind of afraid unless you go up face to face and you give them residue and the decision to make. They don't openly ask. But there's a lot of people. 1 out of every 5 people I meet is affected, and I speak to everyone about the Mandela effect. I will mangle the Mandela effect in any conversation I can, like a little break dancer, any film, any reference, I'll just go to a movie, I'll go to a song, I'll do whatever I can, Just one more little thing on the 1886 one. That seems to be every 66 years, because it was 1912 that they done the battery. Then it was 1978 or whatever, 66 and 66, and it's meant to be 2028 or 2026. I don't know what the maths are, but the next singularity moment for electricity type digital, if you would call it, is about 2028, I think. I look at that as we are being spiritually attacked. A lot of people used to think we're spiritually attacked. There's a war going on somewhere else, and we can feel it going on, and we're all aware of other realities caving in and other realities opening, and this, that, and other.
I protect myself every day. I do meditation. I do protection, visualization, and I wear obsidian.
Yes, obsidian. My friend just got some of that the other day. Do you want to let everyone know if they don't know what that is? Obsidian.
It's volcanic. It's a kind of volcanic glass,
and it protects you, doesn't it?
And it's a protective grounding stone. It'll protect against negative influences upon you. So
yes,
I found when I was doing my tarot reading that I would just be exhausted when I was done. And that's because, connecting to the common consciousness, or whatever you want to call it, to source, to your higher self, whatever you want to call it, was exhausting me. So I got myself the obsidian, made sure I grounded myself, and I didn't have that happen anymore. So for me, it works. I mean, what you believe works for you, works for you.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And yeah, whatever makes it work for you will work for you.
If it's only because I believe.
Okay.
If it's only because I believe and have faith in it that it works, that's okay too.
Yeah, of course. So, is that not also is that the one that stops the Wi-Fi? Is that a different crystal?
I don't know about that. I haven't researched. I just know if my son walks into a room, he can stop the Wi-Fi. He can block it completely with his energies.
Oh,
He's a
nice.
natural
Okay.
healer like myself.
Oh, nice. Okay. Okay. I was
I
going to
do
ask you about the tarot cards when you got into that and that little journey and what led you to that.
the Reiki
No, the tarot cards. You know, the
tarot.
tarot
Oh yeah,
cards.
I was in high school, and my mother got me my first deck, which was the Rider Waite. It's not the most exciting looking deck. To see if I have one. Do I have one out? The regular? No, I don't. Anyway, it's the regular one, the one that's people are familiar with. Anyway, she got it for me. Now I was Mormon then, and she wasn't Mormon yet, but I was Mormon, but I was never a person, to think it was something evil. Okay, I come from an intuitive psychic family. This sort of thing was not healing ability. It was not considered an evil thing.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, she got me the cards so I could read her friends.
Okay.
And I would read her friends. And I remember distinctly one reading I did where they were going to go, some of them were going to go to Italy. And I basically said, well, I don't think that's a good idea. The cards were just saying all these things that were going to happen, the catastrophes. I mean,
Okay.
they are about archetypes and, that sort of thing. And so, uh, I told them, and of course, when they went, everything went wrong.
Oh shit.
And they refused to have me read for them anymore.
Mm. Okay.
But then
So
I got back into it.
right. Okay.
I've been doing it off and on for years at
So
parties and stuff like that.
did you get a shock then when you were like, Jesus, that obviously did happen and I predicted that, so I must say
Yeah, it
unaccurate.
is always when I do personal readings. I mean, my general readings are okay because they're just general readings. Um, but when I do a reading personally, I am sometimes crazy accurate, and it's a little
Okay.
freaky.
It's spooky. Spooky.
It can freak me out just a little bit.
Yes. Okay.
And if it helps them, I only do it to help people if I can. Don't make your decisions on my readings, but the
Yeah.
universe wants to tell you something, it will.
Yeah. 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 It can be a kind of a guideline if you wish it to be, or you can. Yeah. It can be. Yeah.
I probably don't even need the cards. I'm
Okay.
just
Okay. And just connect, and that's it. Let me ask you: have you ever done hallucinogenics?
no.
Oh, okay. So there's no hallucinogenics along the journey to where we are now.
I've been doing one kind of meditation, but it doesn't encourage visions.
Okay.
A few years ago, I was doing meditations, just sitting there, calming and quieting, and I had some very profound visions that told me a lot and things I didn't know that I had to talk to Native American people to find out what I was seeing.
Right.
And they immediately told me I was one of them if I was having this vision. And I also had a thing called a vision quest that I didn't know what it was. It was spontaneous in a sacred site in California where natives have a sacred place.
Right.
So, these are things that I didn't even know about that I had experienced, and I didn't have to take anything to go there. Meditation will get you there, but hallucinogenics will, sort of get you there quicker.
Yeah, get you there quicker and make it more colorful, and probably make you forget half of it as well. Um,
Well, I know shrooms are supposed to be a great treatment for PTSD.
well,
It kind of
I think shrooms
rewires the
caused me
brain.
PTSD. To be honest. I think shrooms might have caused me early PTSD. The amount of ones I've done them.
I have mild PTSD. I'm considering doing them
Okay, okay. Well,
because
the
I'm
last
a
time I did it was
domestic.
I was very young, so I don't know. I think it would be a great
It
thing if
didn't
it.
take, Mark. It didn't take. You're still okay.
Are you sure? Are you sure? Are you sure? Are you sure? Are you sure, Alan? Are you sure? I don't know. There's one of them not sure. I'm sure there's not one of them.
No,
There's one of
only your
them.
friends will tell you the truth.
I have no friends. Oh, DMT, um, shrooms versus DMT. I
Well, I know there's the shrooms, and then there's the ayahuasca. There's
ayahuasca.
DMT.
I reckon THC for PTSD. I reckon like weed. You know.
I recently
weed.
purchased. I have a medical marijuana card because I had difficulty
Okay.
sleeping, and I was trying to find something that would help me sleep. And I went over and got myself some drops. Now I'd done the gummies and they helped a lot, but I got drops and these drops didn't do anything for me. I've never been high. I've smoked it. I've taken gummies. The only thing I can do is take the full spectrum CBD with a little THC to help me sleep and to help my pain. But I don't get high off anything. It will affect me physically. I'll get like couch lock, but I've never been high, never been drunk. I have the genetics of a Scotsman, okay? The order in which I have ancestry is Scottish, Irish, English, and Scandinavian, okay, in that order.
Okay.
And my genetics is I can drink like a fish because the
Yes.
Scots didn't have good water.
Yeah. Yeah.
Same with the Irish.
Yeah. Same with
But
the Irish.
that's why there was alcoholics in my Scottish line
Okay.
because they couldn't. It took so much booze to feel it. They'd end up physically addicted.
Okay. Well,
Anyway, no, I
genetically
haven't
they
done
pass
it. I'm
genetically
just
they pass down some
naturally.
good stuff. They pass some good stuff. You got some genetic. You got some good genes to Irish and Scottish, which are a lot of drinking.
And
Genetically,
I
it passes
don't seem to have the receptors for pot, so
down. Okay.
not for the
Okay.
high anyway. So
Okay.
I'm doomed to go through life sober. It's
Well, I would give you a list, but then I'd be called a drug dealer or something. But yeah, mushrooms. I started off with mushrooms anyway. Microdosing. I don't know about microdose. It was a long time ago since I done. We just done it for recreation, and we'd go off for weeks and come back weeks later. And go, I don't know what happened there. But we were kids, and then we started drinking. Then we do mushrooms again, and then seasons pass, and seasons go, and then you end up in a field surrounded by.
well, I was Mormon until 24 years ago, so I didn't drink
Wow.
or smoke.
Okay, tell me a little bit about that Mormonism. Is that the right? Is that the
Well,
right? Is that the right word?
it's a
Mormonism.
cult. It's a
Oh,
cult. It's considered a soft cult because it can pass kind of under the radar. People don't realize what it's like until you join. They don't tell you everything. And when I left, my side of the family shunned me and my in-laws shunned me. I was totally isolated from extended family.
right.
Hey, Truth Loops. Oh,
Right.
I
Sure.
like that, Truth Loops.
I wanted to just before we talked there. I want to say something. Prel did say, come on. Prel did say that I don't like how mushroom felt. I did it several times. Same with LSD. Didn't like that at all. Oh, okay. Also, Colin did say he would love to have a reading, but he'd be scared to what he found. You have a tarot card reading channel, don't you, as well? So that's Skook.
Yeah, Skook's Tarot. I'll
Skook,
put down the.
if you can.
I'll try to
Yeah.
get the link.
And you also have another channel as well, isn't it? You have you're
It's
right.
a kids' world, but I'm going to be changing that to Skook Stories because it's mostly stories I write and put
Nice.
to video.
Oh, brilliant,
Let's see if
brilliant,
I can.
brilliant.
Um,
Okay. Hi, Truth Loops. Hello, welcome along.
I
Um,
think that's a cute name, don't you?
it is. Lovely name, yeah. I love mushrooms, LSD. Even the week after was refreshing. Uh, LSD, yes, LSD. Shrooms cause PTSD. That's what I think when I started taking it when I was very young, like as in like 14, 15, 16, 17, whatever it was. I mean, took quite a lot, so probably a little bit PTSD. But sure, that was life anyway. You know what I mean? You were just high when you were saying shit. You would have just seen it normally. You just happened to be high. It didn't. Sometimes it softened the blow probably when you were high because you went, that can't be real. So, swings and roundabouts, but it can be used to at later life to relax PTSD in some cases with guided meditation. I think guided DMT trips can help to get you to where you need to be. But as Shuk was saying there, meditation without drugs to get you to where you need to be is probably the best, version of yourself you can be, because then you're talking to your higher self without the influence of any drugs. You're getting it clear, and if you can do that, well then just rely on drugs every now and again when you want to have some fun doing it. I suppose. Maybe. Yeah. Sorry, there was another one there. That here we go. There was another one there.
So far as the readings that I do, it will only be something that's helpful to you.
Oh,
That,
right.
you know, I mean, the readings I do, I'm not going to tell you some horrible thing. I'm just going to tell you what my higher self or the collective consciousness or source or whatever you want to call it, what
Yes.
trends are happening and what choices you might have to make. It doesn't predict your future. You always have your free agency to choose your path.
Your free will.
Yeah. And it's a lot of it's just for entertainment. You know, sometimes it can be pretty funny.
Yes. I find. Do you have? I don't know if that's the right word. Lucid dreams, where you wake up after having a dream that was. It sounds like also almost the Matrix. That was so real. You would just you think it's another dream. I know I spoke to Channel Dojo about this the other day. Hi, Channel Dojo, by the way, about having a dream and then waking up from that dream and actually this is real life, and then happened that 3 or 4 times in succession, and then you wake up here.
Well, the weird dreams that I've had, and I don't know, lucid dreaming is kind of a tag they put on a lot of these.
Yeah, tag. I didn't want to use it.
I would dream that I was married to someone else and my life was different. It's like another timeline I was dreaming about. If I'd made different choices.
Yes.
And there's nothing, and it's like a moment in the day. It's not like it's a meaningful event. It's like sitting around the table having coffee. That sort of, that sort of thing. It's like,
okay.
And I swear it's like other timelines. That's the only thing
that's
I
where you could be remembering another timeline when you dream away. When you fall asleep, you think when you go there, yeah, it's actually another version of yourself living another life.
Yeah, you can ask to be guided to knowledge of various kinds before you go to sleep. I'm just happy to get to sleep.
Brilliant. I was speaking to Channel Dojo, hi Joe, by the way, the other night about waking up from a dream and then doing that kind of succession kind of a thing, and also just as a skit, as something to do, but in a way that I do think about that a lot. Sometimes you can just go to sleep and wake up, manifest like good enough that you wake up in a better reality, as you say, with your scars are a little bit smaller, you look a little bit younger, whatever it is. And you wake up and you feel that you're there and everything around you feels the same. So, that it can happen. Sorry, there was another one here. Truth Loop said about weed, just before we move off about weed, that weed helps you. Weed started affecting me. Oh, sorry. Weed started affecting you very different. A few years ago when I did.
I just wanted to help me sleep. In my pain.
Well, we all do it for different kind of reasons in a way. We all, I smoke because it's my medication in a way, and it kind of keeps me from talking to myself, even though I do talk to myself. No, I don't. You do it.
Well, it keeps me from talking to myself?
I don't talk to myself. I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe it just makes it more interesting when I do talk, because none of us know.
Maybe my conversations will improve.
Probably. Maybe a better understanding of this whole life, but it doesn't seem to work on certain days.
That would be nice.
But Alan there, he tends to when he gets on it, man. He was on the Jaeger bomb last week. He went to the pub and he got lost in the fridge, didn't you, Alan? Yeah, I love this place. I got really, really drunk. I put up a little video of him on Jaeger bomb, and then he had 500 hits. So Alan, when he's on this, he gets really, really deep when he talks about, what life's all about and all, but we can't do it tonight because
meerkats are like that. They're deep creatures. Hey, Voynich.
Hi, Voynich. Hey, hello, brother. How are you? God bless you. Welcome along. I smoke weed because it makes me lie so much. Well, I think it does help. It helps us all in different ways, I suppose. So, just on what Colin said, have you ever had a reading where it freaked them out just as much as you did? When you were sitting there.
Yeah, sometimes the stuff will just come out of my mouth. It'll just come out of my mouth, and I'll feel tingly all over. It's like it's a little surreal, and to get out of my own way so that I can be a channel for this information is hard for me. I do tarot really more for my spiritual growth than
Okay.
anything else, and to see if I can help people. I try to be encouraging. I won't sugarcoat it, but I will try to frame it in a way that's more positive so that a person can make, when they do make choices, they'll make choices that are good for them, you know.
Mm,
But yeah,
okay.
sometimes it can be a little freaky.
Yeah, of course. Is there any one more? Well, let's look at that. How long have you been doing that for again? Did you say? How long have you been doing that on your channel for? On your channel,
Uh, since March, April.
March or April this year. Okay.
Yeah.
And the channel, the one that you're on now. How long have you had that channel? Your main channel.
I've had this channel since 2018, I
18.
think.
Okay. And the kids story one. How long has that been up for?
Probably a year and a half, a
Wow.
couple of years maybe.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm pretty new with this.
Okay.
I, you know, there's sometimes I don't know if you have this happen to you, where you have your life all planned out and you're ready. I've gone to school. I'm ready to, and right near the last month of my field work, a voice just said to me, "You're not going to get your license. You're not going to work in this field." And it's like, well, that's just peachy. But and then I thought, well, what is the meaning for what I went through? Well, the stuff I learned. I have an Etsy store that I'm going to get started to make clothing and things for people with special needs, because I'm trained in understanding special needs and I have sewing skills. So I'm thinking, well, that's something I can do.
Amazing.
But and I said, well, I asked Spirit, I said, well, why did I do this? And he says, to help those people that you helped, that you were the only one that could help them in the way you helped them. That
Huh?
individuals that we help
Yes.
matter a lot.
Of course. Of course. Of course.
If you feel like you're not doing much with your life, if you helped one person in your life, you've done a lot.
Yeah. Of course.
Okay?
Yeah.
So don't give up hope.
No. I always try to encourage people to start their own YouTube channel. You don't need 1,000 subscribers. You just need a restream account. Come on and start talking, and people will start listening to you. When you're reading your tarot, when you said earlier on, when I come onto a show, I don't know what's going to come out of my mouth on that show either. Like you say with some of the readings, and they're the best moments because you learn more from what you're saying when you say it out loud to someone else with someone else listening. Which if you are helping someone by telling them your experiences and they have a similarity and it helps them through theirs, of course,
Well,
do it as much as you can. Guys.
I was occupational therapy assistant work I did, and I worked with some children that were on the spectrum of autism, okay? And there were at least one or two of them that bonded with me to the point where I was very, very helpful to them. That it was a life-changing helpful for them.
Okay.
So I figure if that was, all I ever did in my life, it's pretty damn good,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, yeah,
Okay, so I mean, we really need to respect our challenges and our sacred work we do to help one another.
yeah. Of course. I've only had this channel. Well, I've had a few channels. This is my third version of it. I think I started on January 1st, not last year, the year before, doing kind of live shows myself in a way, and being out there and doing it just for that one person of a show. If there was 20 people watching, just one person gets what you're saying. Yeah, that's what I get from it. Even if you don't, you just do it again anyway. But that's kind of what I like doing, as well as my own therapy and inviting people on to tell them their story, because people don't really get on and say unless they're doing it on their own channel. But I've been on Facebook for quite a long time in that community, and typing advice, typing advice in groups is so different than coming on and doing the YouTube, the face-to-face type of thing where you show your face, you talk about your experiences, you can see.
I'm an introvert, and it was really big for me to be front and center. It was
Okay.
very challenging for me. I think, oh, I'm so old, I'm so ugly, I'm so fat.
Not at all, not at all. I had Tracy Butler, God bless you, Tracy, if you watch this or wherever you are. I used to come on with just a picture, and I didn't want to come on myself. I didn't want to come online. I didn't want to show my face.
So it's a compulsion almost. It's like you're the universe is like saying you're going to do this now.
Yeah, yeah.
I think the fact that we are a community that this is a kind of a support. I like to think of my streams as being like a support group because it can feel pretty alone and pretty.
Yes.
You can get pretty depressed and negative if you let yourself.
Of course. Of course. Somewhere to go and meet like-minded people. Absolutely. A few people do. I was going to do a 24-hour one a long time ago, which I eventually didn't. I mean, like have a 24-hour one just running all the time.
Yeah, that was going right. It almost ended right after I got into the groups, but it was nice to have people to say, "Oh, this is what they're experiencing. I'm not alone. I'm not insane." I am a skeptic, but I also try to do reality checks. And it's like, I kept looking, and my mother always said I had a good memory. I said, there's no way I misremembered that. And it's very difficult to explain to people that, no, I'm not. Oh, that's easy to misremember. I said, listen, you don't understand. This was like huge thing,
What would be the biggest one? Bar the obviously the Kennedy one.
And the Kennedy assassination.
Yeah, apart from that one.
Well, the dash going out of the Kit Kat. That was
okay. The Kit Kat dash, right?
And
we
of
all
course,
remember the Kit Kat.
Hitler now has blue eyes, which, as a blue-eyed person, I'm highly offended.
Okay.
I mean, it's cumulative. After the big ones, it's just like every time you see one, oh yeah, okay,
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Have I told you about the incident of the cup in the morning?
No, go for it.
That I experienced a few weeks ago.
Okay.
A month ago.
Go for it.
I make myself tea. Usually, I make it in a big thing, like this. My Yorkshire tea,
nice.
which I love. And I have a white porcelain cup, which is a high quality. It's a nice big cup. I would have brought them in, but someone's using the other cup. Anyway, I have this nice, beautiful porcelain cup. It fits very snugly on the shelf that I took it off of. The shelf is full of dishes had been done, so the shelf is full of dishes, glasses, and cups. And I grab it, okay, and I put it down, and I'm deciding what tea to put in. And I accidentally put my Thai tea, my loose Thai tea in it. And I said, no, I don't want that. So I'm pouring that out. Now, this is to let you know that I'm handling this cup a lot. It's not like I'm just mindlessly walking. I wasn't asleep. I wasn't sleepy. I was making myself tea so I could go into my media room and do some whatever, research, whatever. And I get my nice white porcelain cup with a blue rim, and it's a certain size. I like it because there's no chips in it. I don't like to drink from a cup with chips, on it.
Okay. Yeah.
And I put it in my media room and let it, sit there. And I leave the room for a few minutes. I come back and it's a different cup. And I'm just looking at, and it's the blue stoneware cup, which is really big.
Okay.
And it's got chips on it. I don't like using it. And I said, I think I remember if I was handling this cup for about 10 minutes that morning.
Yes.
And it's like, it's just a reminder that reality here is not what we think it is.
Okay. Yeah, that's.
And you do start thinking about that. You do question yourself, but like I said.
Well, I have that nearly every day. I put stuff down and it's gone. I lost the remote control to the TV for 3 weeks. 3 weeks.
Oh, you can blame the fairies for that.
Well, I did, and I didn't blame them. I asked them, and they said, "Yeah, we got it," and they gave it back to me then.
Can you give it back, please?
Yeah, they did. They got bored of me getting up and down, changing the channel with me. I didn't have a big long stick, so every time I got up, I just started doing. So they just gave it back to me. Yeah, but like there's the simplest things of we put them down.
I had a wallet.
Gone.
I had the wallet in my purse, which was a little black zip wallet with all my ID and stuff in it. And I'd had my purse and that on a chair in the corner of the room. And it was a dark colored chair. It was just like a regular hard chair. And I went somewhere and I realized that I didn't have my wallet. It had fallen out. So I come home. I tell my kids to look for it right there. And they look. I have 3 or 4 kids looking because they have. My daughter was over and 2 of my sons were looking for that wallet in that spot. Okay. Move the chair, pick it up. Looked in, I looked in my purse, did everything. And we're talking. It's like it's not showing up. And I'm just sitting there trying to access the higher consciousness and going, oh, I hadn't put out my fairy figurines in the house. I had the angel ones out. I didn't have the fairy figurines. So I said, I am sorry, fairies. I do have fairies. I know.
Okay.
Right? I must be nuts.
No, I didn't say that at all.
And I apologized to them. I said, would you please bring me back my wallet? And my son hears this thump. And right where everyone looked, 3 people looked, there was my wallet.
Wow.
And I immediately put out my figurines for my fairies.
Then we just popped it back into this reality. There you go.
I know.
Let me ask you.
And Germany was landlocked. I agree. It was.
Yeah.
And they didn't have all those forts that went up Scandinavia either that Hitler built. I'm just going, how in the heck did he get away with that? With that country? Not likely.
Kit Kat winds them up to the dash. I remember the dash definitely.
I know what's wrong with the dash here and there, right?
You know what?
Always adding
Aldi. Sorry, go ahead.
Adding the to everything. The Home Depot instead of Home Depot.
Yeah. The Silence of the Lambs. Silence of the Lambs. All that now on Netflix. It actually says both.
Is it The Silence now?
Well, it says both on Netflix. It says The Silence of the Lambs and Silence of the Lambs.
Well, yeah, it's hard to get rid of.
It's hard to keep them. Them ones flippity flop all the time. All the time. I love the seasonal ones. We get the Christmas one. We have the upside down Christmas tree. The pickles on the Christmas tree. The other stories of
the
all
pickle.
That so it's a Christmas decoration. It's a pickle. It's actually
I was going, where did the pickle come from? What does this mean?
So yeah, it's like they have it now as an ornament. You stick pickles on your tree. It's a whole thing to do all over the world. And then you have the candy canes that don't represent,
It also represents the shepherd's crook.
But it's meant to be Jesus now. If we turn it up the other way, it's J. But the Wikipedia can be. People probably just went to Wikipedia. There's loads of different ones. The Coca-Cola one with Santi Winks. I think they took that out because it seemed a bit more pedophile-ish, if you know what I mean. When we started winking at children, I think that was more why they took that out of the whole thing rather than misremembering. I remember both. But I think there is loads of residue of him winking, and it was just taken out for, how would you say, health and safety reasons. That's not what you call it. We just put everything under health and safety reasons now, don't they?
Caesar Milan's name is different. That's weird. They only have one out.
So the Kit Kat one, I was going to say the Kit Kat one. We have a branch of the supermarkets over here called Aldi and Lidl. They have their own generic brand of Kit Kat, which is spelled with a C rather than a K, and that has a dash in it. Isn't that weird? It's weird. But I heard that Kit Kat have both patents for the both of them, or both copyrights for both with and without. If you look deep into what their patents are with or without the dash, so if they had with and without, well, could it be where they just switched it around and just keep doing it and just don't say nothing? But there are laws against that as well, though, isn't there? There's so many laws against doing that. Some of the biggest MEs in the shifts from Sagittarius Arm to Orion Spur. Well, how do you feel about that one? That kind of a shift, the spatial shift that we've moved from one side of the universe to the other, or one side of the
I don't know if you've ever heard of this. It's called the felt sense.
Okay.
It is that felt sense that makes you feel like you're home.
Okay.
Like you belong.
Okay.
It's that grounded acceptance that all is well. Okay. And when we shifted from Sagittarius, that was gone. It just I think that, I felt it. I just didn't know what it was. It was like a feeling of disconnect, I guess is the right word, from from the home, and we are not home anymore.
Okay.
We have to make our home here now as best we can because we're not the way we were.
Yeah, yeah. I get you. I get you. So that's a strong feeling. I yeah. I can't say that I've ever felt at home, so it's weird. In a way that I didn't feel
Well, when
strange
we're
there or here.
children, we know what it feels like. We know what if we have come from a reasonably nice home. I mean, not everyone does, but that sense that, oh, I'm home finally. When
Mm.
you enter into your home,
Yeah,
that
yeah,
that
yeah,
sense of belonging, and it's
yeah.
it's like we get when we grow up, we kind of disconnect from that a little bit because we're out on our own and whatever. But even in the home I have here that I've lived at for 35 years. Um, I am working to make it home again. Still, it just isn't
Well,
what it
I
used
look
to
at it.
be.
I look at it like, well, I kind of try to look at it like this 99% of the time, that the reality that we were in didn't go. We just put another one on top of it. So we haven't lost. We're just gained another one on top, and we live in this one now and the other one when we want to. But we're mostly in this one. But it's kind of, it's like, here's our own reality, and there we are on this one now. We just look down and, oh yeah, that's
I
where we
don't
are.
think there's any going back.
But no, I think there's looking back, and going back in a way that you can go back into your memories and
Learn the lessons, whatever they may
mm,
be, in the different shifts we go through,
yes,
and hopefully in the future shifts you can manifest a more positive thing. That's why
mm,
I'm always preaching positive thinking, because you'll manifest a more positive reality next time you shift. I believe
of
this.
course, yes, yes. No,
I mean,
I think a lot of us
we
do.
don't have proof for any of this, right? But
No, of course not, of course not, of course not.
it's just
We
my
only.
belief.
It's just the power of belief and a power of manifestation. That's a big power as well. Manifestation in your own life, goodness and kindness and all that stuff. The what was it? I was going to say there was one there that. The
So
Running Man.
what
What
have
was the
you?
Running Man one? Sorry, what was the Running Man one again? Is that
Yeah,
their
I don't
Running Man?
remember that one.
Is that their Running Man, or and now it's just Running Man? I think that's what it was. And here's another one: The Carpenters and Carpenters, the band Carpenters now are
Oh,
not
it always was.
Carpenters.
It was always. I don't know. So I'm trying to
The
think. The
Carpenters.
Carpenters,
The Carpenters.
but they. I don't know which way that goes. Is it which one?
Mm,
Which way is it now?
Carpenters. No, them.
Just Carpenters?
Just Carpenters.
They were always the
It's
Carpenters.
not. See, do I look at that as being sneaky, because when it's always said in a sentence, but and the carpenters, the carpenters here on the stage, so it can be said with that. But I've got
Well,
registered
I
with it
remember
on albums. So
the albums.
albums on the albums, it doesn't
See,
say
I'm
it just says
older than
carpenters.
dirt. I remember this stuff. Okay.
There's so many out there that when I first came in, there's so many that you have to sort of go through, and you just become, oh well, okay, that's that one, and then there's another one. What really started freaking me out was the Bible ones. Don't want to get too deep. The Bible, when I
Well,
start
I was
researching them
thinking
ones,
the Lion and the Lamb. I said, when you do tarot and you do anything like that, you work with archetypes. And the lion is a noble beast. It is a beast that takes care of their own. They're powerful. They're dangerous, but they're very considered very good in some ways. And the lamb is considered very submissive. It's like the masculine and the feminine,
mm-hmm.
the yin and the yang. That's
Yes,
kind of, and
yes,
it's very symbolic. And in the Bible, I wouldn't be surprised if it had more of that connotation. But when it turned to wolves, I'm
sinister.
thinking, well, we think of the wolf in sheep's clothing, deception. It's
Mm-hmm.
not considered the noble creature a lion is. It
Exactly.
can be, although, I mean, it depends. Native Americans think, wolves are very noble. But in European and Eastern tradition, they're not so much. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not sure if this is an indicator of the basic philosophy changes as we shift, because I know that we have some of the best people and some of the worst, really, and it seems to be just there's a real duality and dichotomy happening between people. You have people over here that care about other people and the people that do not, and it never seemed to be more indicative now than ever. And so many people that want to deceive you and take advantage of you. I can't tell you how many scammers I have to deal with. You know, I give people a chance. I will talk to somebody, but it only takes me like 3 or 4 texts back and forth for me to pick up on a scammer. And it's like they're predatory. You have so many predatory people in this timeline, these timelines we're going through. And that is unfortunate. And you kind of have to be protective and keep your boundaries up and be careful.
Yeah. Well, you know, sign of the times, and the only reason that I can kind of see one of the reasons I give one of my versions of myself is the sign of the times. That's why it's changed. If it has changed, and it has changed in all my timelines, so you know that's what it is. Okay, let's move on to the next one because so many of them in the Bible that have changed. It does change the I suppose the narrative of even the story or the whole.
Well, there's the whole story of how Christ was crucified. There are sculptures and paintings where his arms are straight up and not out on the crossbar.
Yes.
And that's a new thing that didn't occur until Mandela effect. Another is the horns on Moses, which is nothing like a mistranslation to ruin everything, right?
Well, that
was weird.
That is a weird one. I asked my friend who's a priest, as I was talking about earlier on, Rossa, God bless you, Rossa. And I asked him about the line of the lamb first. She just said no. I actually introduced him to the Mandela effect. He disappeared off the radar for about a year. Then when I asked him about the Moses one, he says, "I want to know, man. You blew the head off me with the Mandela effect." I think
a lot of people, I think my age group are they're aware, but they don't want to look at it.
Well,
his excuse it changes everything.
Yeah, his excuse was of rays of divine inspiration coming down from God, but on the statues that wasn't a good enough explanation. A lot of people probably here will remember that one, Moses' horns. That is a bit of a freakish one as well. There's other ones as well. There's so many, but yeah, let's not get worked up with the Bible. That freaks everyone out.
Well, we see a lot of Mandela effects in the art because this is, you know, when things aren't from, you know, we learned that when things are in a book or in a photograph, they change along with the shifting. So you'll find something in a book and you look at it again and it's changed to the current timeline. But artists are working from imagination. And that's something that's totally immune to Mandela influence, I believe. And that's why we see these paintings and stuff that are sometimes very odd that we can relate to, but other people like going, what the heck, you know?
Actually, do you know what you say?
I did a
paintings.
Sorry, I did a.
Go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
I did a painting on a drum, a Native American drum. I did a painting from memory of a turtle, and it's the old world turtle. Okay, go ahead.
No, I've got to say yes. When we are painting, when a lot of us painting, we are painting from memory because, you know, a lot of people artists do it in school rooms and then just produce art. So when you do see it in amateur painting, or professional painting, or even works of art or whatever, and it is the way we remember, and it hasn't been taken down and rejigged because it's. I used to find that if it was sewn onto something, so say for embroidered stuff, it was harder to hide the residue because I used to hunt residue, by the way. So I used to find that was a lot easier to do, but yeah, residue comes in all sorts, shapes, and sizes, but I think on the internet, you know, picture on the internet, I was going to do it earlier on. I could just Google, you know, Mandela effect images, and they are mostly altered. But going out and finding a physical like that, like say for instance this Volkswagen, I walked into a shop. I wanted. Here's a manifesting story. I wanted a Volkswagen picture. I wanted the residue. I walked into a shop. She was just about to put it on the wall. I said, I love that. Thank you very much. No gap. Same here. Walked into a shop. I think that might have been the same day. Residue. Walked into another shop. manifested the Statue of Liberty. I don't think it's on Ellis Island, but it's got the wrong hand up, and it's been examined. That photograph's not a fake photograph. It's not a reverse photograph. It's an original photograph. So do you think that we can skip into somewhere and find, say, residue? We're going into another reality and bringing it back because I think people can't find residue. Is it a Google thing in America? You can't find like real. Right, just go outside and find it in a thrift shop or a second-hand shop or a library. It's everywhere. It's everywhere. People who don't admit that the Mandela effect is real. What do you think about them? Sorry, no, I don't want to bring up the whole deniers, but the people who don't see it, why do you think they don't see it?
Oh, because they're in the ego materialistic mindset.
Okay.
They're into physicality. They're not people that look deep inside and look at meaning outside of the obvious.
We're presented with evidence, physical evidence of all gold, and even to beat me up, Scotty, and the whole, I remember that, and then Mandela effect smacked them saying no, it never happened, and then them going NPC, oh yeah, maybe it didn't.
Well, Luke, I am your father. My kids say, well, that's because the creator messed with things. I'm just going, he wouldn't mess with early videos, maybe the new ones, but they just, there's some things that it takes a lot to convince people. The Pikachu losing the black end of his tail. Yes. My youngest is like, yeah, that's weird. My kids will, okay. My two younger ones will acknowledge that one, but they don't want to go into it. They don't want, it's, they both have depression, anxiety issues and stuff, and they just can't deal with, something else to worry about.
Okay. I look at the Mandela effect like kind of might save my life in a way. It's something to research rather than, I wasn't at the end of my theater with UFO. We're still going to do that. But when this came along, it was like, oh, yeah, something has changed, something you want to investigate. And then I found talent for residue hunting.
Have you found that a lot of people have seen UFOs in the community? I know I have. I saw one that was quite close.
Yes.
And I've seen them in the sky various times. The one I saw quite close was a triangular one in 1980 or 1976, I think it was.
Okay.
And it was seen all over Sacramento. And that year they were seen all over the country. I think it's probably our stuff, but I think that that's very consistent that a lot of us are more open to experiencing manifestations of spiritual or odd nature.
I find a lot of orbs and stuff like that in the Mandela and UFO. But here's a big transition over as well. A lot of, and nearly 90% of the flat Earth community are Mandela affected as well, which is the gateway is nearly the Mandela effect is a gateway to either flat Earth or I don't see that. I haven't really noticed too many people coming into the Mandela effect and then being a ufologist. The other way around, definitely. But I've seen people come through the Mandela effect and then become flat earth into that, open NASA lies that whatever's out there is.
I try not to throw the baby out with the bathwater.
Okay, yeah.
Reasonably grounded in reality so I can function. Yes. But I try not to be too closed-minded.
Okay.
I know we have to navigate this reality we're in, and we have to find a way to do it successfully. And you have to do some grounding in that sense. But you can sure wonder about things and research odd stuff because I research all kinds of things, including cryptids and stuff and paranormal stuff. And cryptids is an interesting topic. I think that's a Mandela effect, how many people are seeing them. I mean, it was like only a few people and it was rare and nobody really took it seriously. And now it's like credible people, multiple people seeing these things that, together. And it's like, it's awfully hard to just discount it now. And it's like, well, what is that? Is that we're going into reality where the barrier between dimensions is thinner? and these things pop in and out. I don't think they're solidly in our reality. I think they pop in and out. That's how they can disappear so fast. But I mean, it's just something that I've noticed. I also notice a lack of randomness in things.
Right. Okay.
I will listen to lots of, readings for myself, for Taurus. And I know one week they were all the same reading by 6 different tarot readers. And when I did it for myself, it was almost the same reading. So I'm just trying to figure out, well, what the heck is really going on? Are we just part of a story?
Mm. Yeah. Story like people. There's a lot of people in the community. Well, not a lot. I know quite a few. The simulation theory, which puts us in a story in a way that can be altered in a way of a pushing a button. In this reality, it seems that one push of a button on the internet can just switch everything from magic mirror to mirror to magic mirror. Here's I'm in a play on stage, and I am the mirror. I'm actually the Mandela effect, magic, and the words in the play is mirror on the wall. It's not magic mirror at all. There's a big one. Well, that's one of the mainstream ones. But sorry, I didn't mean to go off on one and jump into what you were saying there.
I know, and the whole thing with Disney's little Tinkerbell disappearing. We used to go ding, with a little
Yeah,
alarm
going through
intro.
different versions of that. Yeah, and I posted that in a few groups, and people were saying, that they don't remember any of the ones that were on the clip I have sent, and there's 4 on the ones, and then other ones remember them come from one side and then from the other side, and I've been in a green dress or a blue dress. There's different alterations. Do you think that could be because we're all from different timelines, or we're all from two?
Well, I know that MA, his reality, if unless you thought he was batshit crazy, which is always possible. Um, but
Well,
I mean, aren't we all a little bit,
yeah, a
right?
little bit. It does help. It does help. I've been certified crazy, by the way. I just don't have it on me.
Anyway, his timeline, things that he remembered were so different. And I don't think he ever found anyone that was from what he considered his timeline, except Scott Harrison, who came in not in the beginning, but he was like shared there's a certain point where Scott's memories jive with his. They
I
weren't the
get you. I
same.
get you. They're two good friends. I think that's Mandela affected and Scott Harrison. I know this. I haven't seen them for quite a long time. Big shout out to them, by the way.
They
Um,
do the bald and the short of it, which are just cute, adorable little adventures they have.
nice. Okay. Oh yeah, that's
And he
cool, man.
has a kids channel too with his
Nice,
adorable daughters. So
nice. Well, God bless him. He's missed. They're missed in
well,
the community. Um,
it's not for the faint of heart to stay in this Mandela effect times,
all the time.
mindset, I guess is the right word. It's
All the
not for the faint of heart. It's not easy to have, a house in your neighborhood change color overnight. It's not easy to have people's personalities change drastically, especially family members. Have their memories be very different from yours. They'll remember something and you're just going, you can't say anything because they'll think you're nuts, but you won't remember something that they said was a big deal. And it's like not unlikely that you wouldn't remember it, but you don't. And so you have to come to the conclusion that some people are not traveling with you at the same pace that you're traveling. And that if we can stay close emotionally, I think we travel together. But if you have any emotional distance, you leave them behind,
yeah,
and they won't be the next same person in the next shift.
yeah.
And that's kind of a lonely thing to realize that
Mm.
I know some people had a spouse change profoundly. My husband we've been separated 24 years. He's not the same person. I mean, even understanding that we change over time. It's just his memories don't jive with mine.
Mm.
He has memories that I do not have.
Okay. Okay.
And I don't know. I mean, you can't. This is such a subjective experience.
It
It's not
is.
like
It
you
is.
can prove it.
There could be just one. Mandela effect that we of a long list of hundreds of thousands that we just don't agree, and that could mean that we're just from different continents. But I find in some of the groups that I'm in, there are a lot of similarities, down to nearly about 50% of the memories that we all share, are similar. You know, in a way that can only be visualized in our own brain when you're talking to it on Facebook. When you come up and you show a picture of it on a YouTube channel or whatever, this is what I remember, and sort of describe it in a different way. You can get a little bit deeper into it, but um, I don't know. I found quite a few people that have that kind of nearly enough 99% we're from the same timeline in a way, and when you do shift, you know, meeting them people, I don't notice that many differences. I haven't been around many of my family since I got affected, so I don't see anyone.
Well, I'm like totally isolated from my family, both sides, because of leaving the religion. So
Right.
I think a lot of us has found ourselves isolated in one way or another.
Well, if you were living with family members, and you still are when you got affected, then you would, you know, you would see the effects you know, more vivid than I do. I'm sure there was a few stories there when I first got into it that some people were so overwhelmed with it that it caused, you know, people to break up, families to break up, and people were talking about, you know, the partners would think they were going completely crazy. They were sectioned, you know. I was sectioned myself. I was in the madhouse a few times, but that was for other reasons, as well as the Mandela effect as well. But I didn't lose a relationship over it. But I heard stuff like that going on, and I found that the only solitude that you would have was in these groups online, the Facebook groups, that you're meeting people that you have a sort of a 50-50 or maybe a 90, you know, you're talking about your memories and people are agreeing with you rather than saying, no, you're wrong, which you meet every day in a way. You know, NPCs, as you say, and they have a you know, three derogatory terms for each time you talk to them, you know, and that's it. That three derogatory terms is enough for me. I'm out. I'm only going to the corner shop. Okay? You know, there's enough bad, and just come in and create your own stuff. And what I find the solitude is finding residue. That's my meditation. I find the residue, and I find it very easy, because without residue, you know, without showing a physical picture of something, and it's hard to explain to people who are not affected. And I think there is one effect that everyone has that will prove to each and everyone that everyone in the world is affected in one way or the other. You know, I do think whether we agree with it or not, we just haven't had that conversation where I've spoke where you know where you've spoke to a physical person who was denier and said, okay, let me go through the top 10 with you. I guarantee you will agree with one. Mirror, mirror, C3PO, all, you know, life is like a box of chocolates, and they will be affected.
Fly, my pretties, fly.
Yeah, fly, my pretties, fly. Yes, and then the different colors of the socks and all. Alice in Wonderland, I think, all them, you know, the ones that are on mainstream mostly, you know, Sex in the City, you know, Hello Clarice, that kind of stuff. Them ones are.
Yeah, the things that we've lost were not for the better. I think that, you know, the version that we have now is like a watered down, boring version of what we used to remember.
Yeah, sorry. They were on about. Vinus asked me Sonic without sleeves. Yes, I have a video up about Sonic the Hedgehog. He's now, you know, his skin in his chest. He's got skin here. In the movie, he's blue. He's got no skin. He's just all furry. I have the original books there. There is a video on my channel with some residue. In the game, I think he's blue. In the comic books, he's got skin in his arm, so he's not blue all the way down. He's not furry, would you say? But yeah, I've heard about that Sonic the Hedgehog one. All right, that came up about 3 years ago in a couple of the groups. There's so many of them. I find there's a website, alternativememories.com. Have you ever visited that site, alternativememories.com? Let me open it for you. Let me see if I can do it. Just so I can just give you something else. There's a whole list of them here, so we can refresh our memories on the most popular ones. I'm going to put this in for everyone as well.
I want to do a video. My next Mandela Effect video is geography related, because I really find these fascinating, because geography can affect so many things, and so that's what I'll be. Oh yeah, I think I've taken this one. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That was interesting.
So here we go. There's your favorite one, the Kit Kat one with the dash running in and out there.
and
This is
the
alternativememories.com. I'm gonna pop it into the chat, guys. It's a very good site. Just if you want to just refresh your memories on, the amount of them are out there. This one is dated by, when new ones come in, and these are dated when they come in. I'll go into the list now. But where we go? Okay. John McAfee died in 2012. So his current timeline, he died in 2021. An alternative, he died in 2012. John McAfee.
oh,
Okay. Whoever he is. Nice dude. Good dude. I don't want to read it all. I'll just go through his son. So here we go. Bible, wine into wine
yeah.
bottles. That's quite an old one. Mark 2.
Glass wasn't really popular and done except by the rich, and
Well, yeah.
it would be ceramic bottles, but still,
The glass as we know it, or the glasses they would have had them. I don't think it was in around their parts in them times, but it would have been some sort of alternative rather than a wineskin, rather like a clay cup or
wineskins was more common, I'm sure, and for it to change, it's like we're talking in translation changes. This is a choice. Someone who translated made a choice. Well, it could be this or it could be that, and they chose a different choice in this timeline for translation.
Yeah. Every time I speak to a priest, and I've spoken to quite a lot of priests about different versions of it, they always say lost translation. Or go get, I understand the concept. You translate an Irish one into English, and then you translate into Spanish, and then back into English, then into Italian, then back into English, and then back into Irish. It's going to be a whole different Bible altogether. But there's some purities in the Bible that when they're changed, you just don't feel right. As you said, that feeling of not feeling at home. What you were saying earlier on, when you hear that, when you have to, I'm not at home when I hear that. Certain ones, the Lion and the Lamb, especially for me, because even the vision of the Lion and the Lamb is sacred in my own here. The man in the iron mask. The man in the iron mask wore a cloth mask, or he wore an iron mask. Now it says he wore a cloth mask now, and the mask wasn't made of iron.
No.
So why is it called? What did you call it? The cloth mask then? The hell? That like that was brought in on the 27th of June 2021 by Eve Clemens. You can actually log into this website, guys. You can log in and be part of the the discussion on some of these stuff. You can put your I think they have boards or whatever in the background. You can talk to people about Mandela effect and other stuff. So it's a great site to go into and be log in and stuff like that. There's good up in it as well. What do you remember that one? That's a weird one. Iron mask. It looks iron to me.
Well, I know that all the movies had him in an iron mask, and the book was an iron mask. So
sure. Listen, Romans thumbs down. This is a weird one.
Well, all the movies always,
movies.
That was you died if they did this.
Yes, you died if they did this in all the movies. There's a question I wanted to ask. Do you think that a lot of the movies have I don't want to say misremembered because it's not misremembering. Some of the dual memories that we have, because since they've changed it, they've constantly put the way it is now, and we have that memory because it's so and on top of our other ones. You think the media have do it purposely?
I don't know. I just know that my understanding is doctors are being informed, some of them, about how the body has changed. I guess Mandela affected doctors talking to other affected doctors, giving them the clue that this is what's going on now in the human body, and this is where things are and how things are acting and behaving. And of course, you can't mention it to anybody because they'll put you in the nut house. But
I've been there a few times. And I actually, when I was talking to the people when I was getting signed in, I did explain the Mandela effect to them, and I had this sense of I'm not the first guy who said Mandela effect to you. You know what I mean? I'm in a madhouse in 2015, nearly 16, and I was
Did
speaking
you
in front
ever
of.
think? Did you ever think that people that are in, like people that have dementia, how much is it really? Are they being judged as having dementia because they are Mandela affected? They probably have dementia too, but they're not perhaps as delusional as the doctors think.
Yes, yes, yes. The doctors have to be aware of it.
Well,
Definitely,
but they
you
can't
know.
do anything about it, you know.
But why does secrecy is I suppose the main question. Why does secrecy? Why don't they just come out and say, well, this is what's happening, and we don't know why it's happening, but we're just going to deal with it the way we're dealing with it. Is that because it's admitting that there's something else, and they just don't want to do that?
Well, in a way, I'm not averse to them keeping it that way because I like science and stuff to be um, grounded in the physical reality we live in because we have a physical body. So
Yeah.
I don't want them to go all airy fairy on me too much. I know where I can go for that. And I want my doctors to know what the hell they're doing, okay? About my physicality. You know,
When's going to be the breaking point? When's going to be like if you walked outside your front door tomorrow and you looked up and the sky was green and the grass was blue and people you were just walking around about their days if nothing had changed whatsoever? Would that be the breaking point for the whole world to just wake up and or me to just go, well, do you know what? I am in a simulation, man. I'm just breaking out this computer or whatever it is. That
yeah,
to
even
me,
Neil deGrasse Tyson has says that there's a possibility we're in a simulation. I think a few other scientists have said so, and even he thought we were on the Sagittarius arm and got
that's
corrected
right. He's
in a
got the
video.
famous clip about that. Yeah. See that one. See, I was just
um,
talking about that last night to someone actually about the famous video that he said he was on there. And now, if you go and ask him, did you say that? He says no. But why
well,
is the video there?
he's not going to jeopardize people. You know, in the public eye, will not jeopardize their standing by looking and sounding crazy.
Well,
You
here's the
know.
thing. I at the beginning of this whole system failure journey, at the beginning of the YouTube, I did want to jump in there and either get on stage and become famous, and then just go, the Mandela effect is real, and then run off stage, and that's it. I'm done. I'm finished. I'm completely gone. Everyone knows about it, and that's that mad fecker, that you've never seen him again, like one hit wonder, But that's a pipe dream. I don't know if I'm going to manifest myself into that reality. I'm nearly there, but I do have a plan on putting like Mandela effect into other people's brains that are not into it, just so they can think about it, even if it's just a seed, just a seed. But I find
Wait a minute.
I find a lot of people have problem with the name Mandela effect.
Yeah, it's not the best name for it. Actually, it got called something way before we labeled it Mandela effect. There was something that there was somebody that called it something else.
Is that
And
Fiona
I can't
Broom?
remember what it is.
Fiona Broom was the one that phrased the name Mandela effect. Was that right? Fiona Broom? Am I right in saying her name right?
Well, it's from him dying so many times before he finally died.
Mm. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what? I when I moved to the UK, when I moved into here, I actually met his goddaughter and a guy who was in prison with him. I was setting up an interview with the guy who was in prison with him, and then the lockdown started. Isn't that weird? I was literally going to ask him, did you see any changes in around that time, like personality wise or whatever. And just to see, to talk to someone who was actually in prison with Nelson Mandela, it was amazing. And to be sitting there, I'll bet it's really short. I was sitting there having dinner with loads of them, and his goddaughter was there, and she happens to be quite up there, quite with it. And she's conspiracy theories came up anyway, and I thought I'm not going to do Mandela effect because obviously, I'm not going to say the Mandela effect in front of. So I picked 9/11. Wrong decision. She knew everything and in all about it. I said, all right, no worries. And then I just sat there at the table, didn't say a word for about 2 hours. But then
Yeah, it's pretty startling when you see 2 buildings go down. Now 4 have gone down, right?
man,
Why
even
did the other buildings go down? Why did they go down?
the
You know?
Marriott Hotel, the different changes of all them bits and pieces, even to the lead up to it, of the history that we remember what happened and the lead up to it, after it, of people shouting on the streets when it was happening, and people not shouting. It's just another example of how they can just wipe stuff, change stuff, and put whatever they want into the media, and we for people who remember it. We don't care about people who remember. We're just going to convince everyone else that it didn't happen, and people will either run with it or not. Wankers. Power of the media. Wankers. Sorry, shouldn't swear. Wankers. Stop. Tourette's. Wankers. Fuckers. Sorry, shouldn't say that. Sorry, I'm joking. I like to get that out every now and again. You can't say nothing because I am on medication and I'm off my medication. So God bless you all. YouTube.
Well, you have an excuse at least.
Exactly. And I also have Alan here talking in my ear. You just can't hear him, but he's always talking in my ear, telling me all stuff.
I've been talking to some kind of either my higher self or
Okay.
a spiritual thing since I was a little girl, 3 or 4 years old, 5 years old. I remember.
Right.
And I still do. It's like, I mean, what is that? Is that a part of our felt sense? Is it our higher self? Is this aspect of our personality? I mean, pick one, pick all.
I had diagnosed with no, it wasn't schizophrenia. It was, I had voices. I was listening to people, talking to people at a very young age. I suppose it's imaginary friends they call them, but you're just talking to whoever it is. I don't know. It helps me now. There's nothing wrong with it.
Well, I think, as long as we can function and aren't dangerous, I'm not going to make a judgment call,
Yeah. Just learning how to function with different versions of yourself or different versions of whatever, or even coming to the fact that different versions of yourself exist and they might pop into your head every now and again and you can say something. Or, yeah, it doesn't frighten me because that happens, Here's one thing. Someone said to me once, if you imagine everything is possible and everything happens at the exact same time, every decision and every possibility happens at the exact same time. If you can imagine them at the one time and imagine how to get through every possibility, nothing then in this life will frighten you. And I thought that's kind of a good way in a way because you're okay, if every possibility and I'm prepared for every possibility, well then nothing can frighten you, I suppose. Yeah, right.
Oh, Voynich, Dvorak lost the Z. Are you silly? Are you ridiculous? Is that crazy? I mean, how could it not have the Z?
Oh yes, there
What's
you go. There you go. I missed the first one there. Sorry. Okay. It's only got the name changes. The name changes are vowels disappearing. I.e. when you were saying the Bernstein, that went from EI to AI. Isn't that right? So you're losing the vowel, or you're putting another vowel in, and you're changing them around.
It's about the perhaps numerology, if you will, even.
Okay.
Although I'm not a huge thing about numerology, but I do have this little thing about angel numbers and stuff. And that numbers have certain energies, just like crystals do. And so a letter change can have some kind of energetic change in our reality, if you will.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if it's true, but it's just something I've heard,
But it changes the pronunciation of the word as well. So if
it also changes perception of people, because if it's an EI, it's people going to say, "Oh, are they Jewish?" Which they probably are, which is okay. I don't have a problem with that. But some people might. So maybe there's less tolerance in this timeline for people of that religious and ethnic group.
One of the bigger ones is Sally Fields. Sally dropping an S, and then the guy
She
who done
lost her S. Yeah.
the Twilight Zone, that guy who done the Twilight Zone, he's named differently, isn't he? What was his name again? Someone remind me what the
It's
guy.
Sterling, but it used to be Sterling.
Yes,
Rod Sterling.
yeah, that's so them
I mean,
name
Sterling.
changes.
Sterling is a name I've heard. I've never heard of the name Sterling. It's
Sterling.
like,
Yeah. Mark Hamill's name change spelling. I think it went from one L to two L's, or the opposite way around. Yeah,
is it
the
two
name
L's
change.
now?
Yeah, I think it's got two L's, or it had two L's and it's got one now. Whatever way it was, they flip and flop for me.
You like me. You really like me.
You really like me, yeah.
I
actually have a clipping of that. Of her. There was another one where she was wearing a necklace, and now she's not wearing a necklace at that famous speech as well with Sally Fields. Yeah, loads of name changes. Jim Carrey, there's an interesting one. Carrey, there's an interesting name change. I just want to talk to him about him for a little bit. He came out and done that mad bit where he said, he's not really here. Remember that really weird interview we done? He was caught on the street. He was going to a party, but he wasn't really going. He was just walking around, and someone stopped him and asked him what he was doing. He says, "I'm not really here. I'm really here. I'm here, and I'm there. I'm not there." When he was doing his awakening, that was around the same time that his name changed with the Ori and double whatever way it is changed. I think he's,
I think Jim Carrey is affected.
Oh, 100%. Especially, and I think that's what he was saying then. I am here, but I'm not here in a way, because his name had just changed, and he kind of went out.
They just think he's all woo-woo and weird, but it's like, we know what he's talking about.
Yes, we know. But because other people don't know about the Mandela effect, do you think they would get any sense of what he was talking about in a way?
Well, they just probably think he's he's a stoner or something.
He's just walking around California in hemp tracksuits running them. Yeah, man, I'm here, but I'm not here. But I'm there, and I'm not there. And yeah, smoking.
Smoking.
That was his famous catchphrase.
From The Mask. I love that.
Yeah, brilliant. In fairness, he did make some great movies. It made me laugh through quite a long time.
He's a different kind of guy, I tell you.
Yeah, the Monopoly guy. There's a famous one from his Ace Ventura with the Monopoly guy in his own movie that he.
Oh yeah, he always had a monocle. I'm like, what the hell?
Yeah. So I'm sure if we watch them movies again, there's probably other references to Mandela effect that we haven't seen. That we just because we don't watch them all. I watch a lot of movies. So I'm always constantly watching for Mandela effect, residue, or whatever. But you don't catch them all the time. You don't catch the references. You just catch the
No, you don't.
There is one movie that I've seen that actually mentioned. It's a kind of a knockoff remark. One guy says to the other guys, "Oh, that's the Mandela effect." He says, "Yeah, that's right." And then that's it. That's the only line in the whole movie about the Mandela effect. But it's quite a popular movie with some big actors in it. I'll see if I can find it out again, find the movie, and I'll put it on my channel.
Do you remember the X-File, the new one that they did on the Mandela effect?
Yes.
That at the very end, it's a spoiler here, their boss says, no one believes this guy worked with them. And then their boss says, well, where's so-and-so going? Apparently he remembered him being part of the X-Files people, or the FBI. And everyone else thought this guy was out of his mind, and he was trying to tell the main characters, this is what's going on, and nobody believed him. And in the end, the guy said, a third party says, oh, where's so-and-so going? Which was kind of like a wink, wink, nudge, nudge to those of us who believe, I guess.
Yeah.
But, I mean, the Mandela Effect movie was, stupid.
Well, yeah.
Obviously by somebody who didn't know what was really going on.
I remember when that movie was coming out, the guy who'd done Levy, whatever his name is, he was interviewed he interviewed Brian McFarlane and a few other guys. He was in the community, he was on panel shows and getting. I think Moneybags was on with him as well. A few other people around him asking questions. So he actually did delve in a little bit. But what I thought about that Mandela Effect movie was not enough residue. Didn't concentrate on the residue, the actual physical evidence in this world.
Yeah, it's not like it's hiding.
Yeah, so it just went on the simulation. It was a good movie in a way that well done. Good imagination. But as far as here's a badge for the Mandela, if there's a movie that can represent your community, No, no, no. I don't think so. It was good effort though. Good effort.
Well, at least somebody did something, right?
Yeah,
And
yeah,
maybe more
exactly.
people investigated their own memories after that.
But it was also on it was also on the game Jeopardy. It was also brought out on the game Jeopardy. Something, something, something. Bernstein or Bernstein. What is the Mandela effect? I think, or whatever it was. I can't remember what alternation it was. It Luca Yamifata. Whatever Mandela effect it
Well,
was.
yeah, it's really part of pop
Dropping
culture
it in.
now.
They're just dropping it in every now and again. Just dropping it in and dropping it in and. But I think until we walk outside and the sky is, green and whatever, everyone's just going to believe whatever the rest of whatever they're told to believe, once you see, you can't unsee.
Well,
you
yeah,
know?
and when it first hits you, you don't remember not to mention it to people that don't know what's going because you're so stunned. It's like, you want to talk to people, and it's like they're and it's not very reassuring because they don't treat you very well because they think you're crazy or misremembering.
Yeah,
So finding a community to sit with once in a while is healthy, at least in the sense that you don't feel quite so odd.
weeding down from the bigger groups. On most people tend, if they're on face, most people a lot of people, my journey was, they're on social media in some shape or form. Facebook groups. So say let's talk about them. You have the bigger massive groups. When you're new to it, you go into the bigger groups. So you just go to the top list that comes on, and they have about 60,000 people. Some of them groups discourage you to become go any further, and then you don't find a smaller group. So I was with loads of bigger groups, and then I found the smaller groups is more of a tight knit community, which, as I said, as you were saying earlier on, there's almost 50% of the group there, and other 50% have the exact same memories in certain groups, and they're on like 400 or 500. That's where you start to get deeper meanings and stuff like that, and you don't have the naysayers saying, "Oh, that's whatever." I spent 3 months trying to explain what the UK Mandela effect flag, the UK flag Mandela effect was. That I was trying to explain someone who then I realized is probably just a bot. It just drains you. But the smaller groups is where it is because there's better sense of community. Better sense of people knowing what you know, and there's not really. There's always someone there to talk to about something. Finding them is the
I
hard.
would love to start when with pandemic stuff resolved to have a meetup group that's on the Mandela effect and just come over to my house, have coffee, let's talk, that kind of thing, or
Third
meet
world
at the
towns
coffee
that do
coffee
that.
shop or something.
Okay. What about the Mandela Effect conference?
Oh, that was in
And
Idaho, right?
yeah, yeah. So they all do all that. Like they having something like that near you, or something like that in the community.
Although Cynthia Sue Larson, I've met twice at psychic fairs, went to her little class. She
Nice,
probably doesn't remember me. She's a friend of mine on Facebook, but
nice.
I doubt she remembers me personally. But she goes into the quantum stuff, and she's a lovely person, by the way.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
She's a real sparkly. She's one of these people that just radiates you know,
Yes,
this
yes,
joy
yes.
and happiness, and I envy that.
Yeah, I've known her for quite a long time. Yeah, on the different groups and stuff like that. I get Dark Wolf Den on the show quite a lot. So Jerry does be on. I know they do the conference to get the Mandela Effect conference together and stuff like that. Getting on even on an online panel and talking, doing something like that, or even setting up something like that from, on a I don't want to say Zoom meetings because
Well,
they were
I'll just do live streams, and I do have Discord. Discord's a nice place. My
Oh,
family uses it,
Discord is a nightmare for me.
but
Sorry,
not
not
everybody
everybody
likes it.
knows. Not
And
everybody
and
knows.
Hangouts has changed. They had a good thing going, and they messed it up. Thank you,
Okay,
Google. Just saying.
you
And
Google.
so it's like there's a systemic way to try to keep us from gathering together. I mean, I try not to be paranoid, but it just seems to me like, wow, really? And Zoom is clunky. I'm sorry,
It
Zoom
is
is so
clunky.
clunky.
It is clunky. Well,
And
the last year has I think the new regulations on YouTube, the new laws and whatever the guidelines that they have, and they keep changing them, has torn us all apart. The whole community, the YouTube community has been torn apart. The Discord, I was on Discord 2 or 3 times, and navigating it wasn't the bit. I did find it eventually, but then I logged out and logged in. Different things changed or whatever. I forgot about it. Of so many
I
things.
have a room. I have a room on there, a group,
Okay.
including a private streaming room for people that are allowed in there, because you have to be careful about the riffraff, I guess.
Yeah, yeah. I
We're
know.
the
I know.
riffraff, but the riffraff are your people.
The riffraff of your people. I think their mission is to divide, and it's easier to divide and conquer. So if they divide us and keep pushing, unsubscribing us or taking our channels down or even Facebook blocking you. I get Facebook jail quite a lot, or even post not notifications on your new videos coming up. That's out of our realm. We can't do nothing about it. We can't do. That's YouTube's algorithms, there, or so they say. Whatever,
Well, I
whatever.
think we need to manifest a platform that's more friendly for us. So just think really hard on that. Um, I know that Google wants you to use their chat thing that they have, that they're turning the Hangouts into Google Chat, I guess. And I have
Okay.
not investigated that.
Okay.
Not sure. Right now, I'm getting just passing through a depression anxiety period because I've been doing shadow work and I ended up perhaps biting off more than I could chew
Okay.
in working on the darkness within myself that we all have,
Yeah.
and I was trying to explain what shadow work was to someone. They thought, well, they thought that I was battling evil. I said, no, we're talking about wounded inner child, things that we were taught when we were younger that we believed that weren't true about ourselves, that affects our self-esteem and our ego and our sense of worth and all that stuff. So, also, I was starting a new medication for anxiety, depression. So, am I adjusting to that? So
Okay.
I haven't done anything for about a month. It'll
Okay.
be a month tomorrow, the last time I did anything.
Well, I
So,
appreciate you being here for this show. Thank you so much for coming on and doing the show with me because one of
well,
many.
you got a friendly face. What
Yeah.
can I
Thanks very much.
say?
Thanks very much. It was Alan. You just saw Alan. You just wanted to come and meet Alan, don't you? He's all shy now. God bless you.
It isn't, that's why I figured I said I need to, get back out there again because it's
Yeah.
like when you've been knocked off a horse and you're afraid to get on. I knew how to ride before I could read
Okay.
when I was a little girl.
Okay.
And believe me, you have to just get back on it again.
Yeah. 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 I used to
Hi,
do quite a lot.
Tracy. Oh, we're just getting into trouble, Tracy.
Hi, Tracy, sweetheart. Hello, God bless you, sweetheart. We were talking about you earlier on. This is the lady that told me to come on camera. Only for that, I would have had just a picture of me. So God bless you, Tracy. We manifested you into the show. Hiya, Tracy. So Viney said that he saw that movie Dark City. Have you ever seen that Dark City movie? That's where the
Yeah,
buildings
yeah.
come up and
You can just see a naked guy in it that's pretty good looking.
okay. Is that not Kiefer Sutherland? I know Kiefer Sutherland in that one. Dark City, where he's the doctor.
No, it's that he's dark-haired guy. I forget who it is.
Okay.
But yeah, that was like a real mind trip, and that was I
Mm.
saw that before I knew about the Mandela effect, and that was like a mind bender. It really was.
Yeah, there's definitely I remember seeing a movie called Naked Lunch. You ever seen a movie called Naked Lunch? I
Mm-mm.
think it's got James Wood in it. He's a storyteller. He's going around with a typewriter, but it goes into trips or whatever. And he comes out of a trip and the typewriter stuck to his head, and he's it's like as if he's stuck in the. It's weird. It's weird as fuck. I think it's around kind of similar vein of Dark City where it's really really dark. It's kind of like every
Well,
scene is in a dark
it's that
laneway.
matrix thing where people are plugged into the system, and they don't know that they're in a reality, a simulation.
That speaking of the Matrix, that's out on the 22nd of this month, isn't it? The new Matrix 4.
I don't know.
Just in time. The Keanu, it's a big thing now. They're bringing it out on the 12th, 22, 12, 22. Is that what the way you put it? So whatever that is, it's coming out on the 22nd of the 12th. No, even though it's not 22, I don't know why that is. But anyway, it's coming out next week. But also they have John Wick 4. It's the same day, I think.
I want to see all the John Wick movies in order, and I've only seen one. And it's like,
Okay.
how am I going to figure out? I got to figure out a way to see them because they're awesome movies. They
They are
really
very
are.
good. Very good. Really, really good.
Have you seen Keanu Reeves in? He's a
Not
sort of a fallen angel kind of thing.
Constantine.
What's the name of that movie?
Constantine. Is that right?
That's the one. That's an interesting movie.
Yes. That is a very interesting movie, and interesting said. I had
It
a meeting with a guy called Constantine a long time ago on a spiritual level. And he brought me places where I was, and I was sort of out of body experience and stuff that I was told to look at directly, and I was like, oh wow, that was weird. Just that you mentioned that. That's just on Netflix at the moment. Great movie, great movie, great movie. What do you think of it?
well, we have the mainstream beliefs of good and evil, and some of these films they blur that. You're starting to see archetypes and the purpose of the negative and the positive and their interaction between the two, and what is learned and illuminated from that interaction. And I think with that movie, it's very much like who's good and who's bad, and how good and how bad. There's a lot of gray areas.
Mm-hmm.
It's not black and white. And I think we're in the realities we go through, we're seeing so much of that now, where even though there is dichotomy, there's a lot of gray area where we don't really know what's going on and whether it's good or bad. I have these Tao cards. They're like this. This one says, "Give up and you will succeed." It's very Taoism. And one of them was, "It may be good, it may be bad." That something that happens in your life you may think is bad, but it might be a good thing.
Yeah.
In the long run, it may be something you've been denied for a reason. So I think, when you start looking at these movies, you're starting to see the undercurrent meanings to things a little more, perhaps, than you would with some. I mean, not that I don't like a good action flick, but
Yeah.
I like to see some of the interesting characters that they come up with in these fantasy kind of shows.
There's a series called The Good Omens on Amazon.
Oh, I love that show.
That's quite good. That's a good concept where they're both here and one just decides to do both.
Yeah, what's good and what's evil, and are they, are they just constructs we've
Yeah.
created in our
I like
minds?
that series. I like that series. Very, very, very. I've always kind of liked them kind of stories, in a way, because in the back of your minds, we suppose it's very prominent in the Mandela effect that are we in a spiritual battle between heaven and earth, and we do have that spiritual connection with. We feel that there's something spiritual happening, so it can be possible in a way. So it's never really outside, too far outside our imagination in a way.
Well, most everything is within us,
Mhm.
how we perceive things. And I was talking about the shadow work, and that's when you realize that the evil in the world, most of it is man-made. It's not external to us. We're all capable of very, very bad things in our, in maybe through lifetimes or through the fact that we have a lizard brain. We have these reactions that are protective for our survival, and we could be easily quite brutal if we have to be, protect our own, to protect ourselves. And so this line about what is evil and what is not really is a big question about what you have within yourself and what you allow to be manifested in your personality. To be able to look at the darker parts of yourself and accept it and recognize them for their value, then you can integrate them, and then nothing can trigger you. Because if you have these buried shadow, things can trigger you. And that's where you come up with people that go into rages very easily and things like this. Something's triggered them.
Yes, of course.
And so that's why I do shadow work. Do you remember the episode of Star Trek where the original series, Captain Kirk gets split into his good and his, I guess, negative self?
Okay.
And the good one was loving and kind and patient and sweet, but he couldn't make a decision to to get out of a paper bag.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
The other guy was brutal, harsh, and made decisions with no heart involved. So basically, neither parts of himself could function without being integrated. And he couldn't make a decision on something important that was going to, be a life-saving or destructive kind of thing.
Yeah.
And so you have the fact that it wasn't until he came back together as into one that he was able to be captain again. So be careful about what you think is evil and what you think isn't evil,
But
because
yeah,
some things are deceptive.
exactly. There is in this world the line between good and evil is very blurred in what we would see on the TV and
Sometimes.
what we
So
would see
basically, you have to
great
find your
leaders
own
do.
truth,
Yes,
your own
exactly.
truth, and your own balance and your own integration. So things that happen around you do not destroy your well-being, do not destroy your
A
balance.
frame of mind in a way. Yes, a frame of mind that I always think that out of everything bad that happens, there has to be something good. I try to see there's something good out of it, in a way that you have to take something good with everything bad. That I've made the decisions that I've made for myself, or even anything that happens, I try to take that grain of salt or pinch of salt or whatever you want, or pinch of sugar from it. Try to get something good from it because there's so much negativity in this world that everything in this world could get you down. So so Tracy was saying something there. Hello, where are you? I have. Where's the very bottom one? This is so slow behind there. I think it's because I've got so many things open. You can't have the last comment there. Come up, come up. Can't have evil without good balance. Yeah, there
Well,
you go.
we wouldn't know good from evil if we don't
Yeah.
have something to compare it to.
Well, if you compared it with the world leaders, right? If you compared it with, say, I don't want to say just a president, just say a president in the world. If they do something and it's legal, does that mean it's good because it's done by a leader of the world? Do people think it's good? Do they have the perception of that doing a
Well,
good thing because a leader of a country done it? So the perception of what's good and
that's
bad
the
in this world.
mistake of looking at authority for your answers.
A lot of
People
people
that
do
like
though in
to
this
have
world.
authoritative leaders, they want things decided for them. They
Yeah,
don't want to sit back and say, well, I agree with that, but I don't agree with that. I like that about them, but I don't like that about them. You'll
yeah,
have people that love someone just so much. It's like, I don't even, I'm not sure I love myself that much. You know what I
yeah,
mean?
yeah, yeah,
I mean, it's like, it's abnormal. It's weird.
yeah.
Uh, I think that we need to, kind of learn to love ourselves and balance and integrate ourselves so we know ourselves really well. And as one of the philosophers said, an unexamined life is no life at all. So looking within
True.
about your own motivations is kind of important.
Yeah, true, true. There's I think
So
we all
I
have
want
a
to
life.
talk about South America just for a minute.
Oh yeah, go for it. Yes, they do.
South America shifted east a lot.
That's right. Yes, that's right.
And I loved geography in school. I wasn't the greatest at it, but I enjoyed it. And I remember the Panama Canal going east to west. I mean, that was the way it was. And the South America was shifted a little bit to the east, but it was pretty much right underneath North America. Now it's shifted, and the Panama Canal is north-south, which is like freaking weird. And I'm going to be doing, hopefully, some videos on Patagonia, which is Argentina area. Yeah, I don't know if you've ever noticed, but there's some weird stuff down there.
Okay.
Lots of evidence and residual stuff on giants, for one thing, and other things, not to mention, you know, they have glaciers. They never had glaciers there in my timeline. Uh, but because it's shifted geographically, it's, I guess, in such a way that the weather patterns are different. I think this is what we notice with um, that sort of thing. Well, it's like Egypt, now the pyramids are right next to the Nile, and a big green looks like a golf course, for God's sakes. I mean, it used to be out in the middle of the desert.
They changed
Because it
sizes.
was the Nile had shifted so far that it was not near the pyramids.
Mhm.
because originally the water of the Nile would go into the pyramids. They had channels. And I
Yes.
think there was some kind of energy healing that occurred, or
Yes.
some kind of energy production or something.
Yes. Kind of like Niagara Falls, electricity conductive using water over spitting whales.
Plus, what it's made of it has so much quartz in it,
Mm-hmm.
generates energy if flowing water goes under
exactly.
it.
Like
Yeah.
But they changed size as well. The pyramids changed size, didn't they? They changed
They changed size.
And
the one that was large in the beginning is no longer the large one. And they're finding so many more now. And they're finding all these. They found that huge necropolis next to the pyramids that wasn't there before.
I believe that under most mountains in the world is a pyramid. I believe that under most mountains, and it will be really believed that I've shown in a couple of years' time that in the most mountains in the world there are some sort of pyramid or some sort of something. I do believe. Anyway, sorry about that. So South America is a weird one. The whole split of going from there is.
And you have to think about this. It's got to have affected who traveled, how they traveled, whether they succeeded in traveling.
Yes.
The weather that may have been different. How many ships went down or didn't go down. I mean, these geographic changes are really huge. I always thought the menorah was 7, with perhaps a middle one. No, it was 6 with the one in the middle, the 7th. So they would start with the one in the middle, right? And then use that to light the rest each night. So there was only 7 on the menorah originally, in my memory.
And what's the North Pole? Landmass. Landmass on the North Pole. Do you remember having landmass?
Yeah, it had the permafrost. It had the snow. And remember, there was this big deal about finding the Northwest Passage. Well, easy peasy now. There's nothing stopping you.
Excuse me. True.
What would that be a hard thing? Because there's no ice or anything now. It's like Greenland is like big as America now. It's like insane. Canada is smaller than it used to be. America is smaller. California is smaller than it used to be. And I don't. The residual doesn't interest me as much personally, although I have nothing. I'm glad people do that. It helps reassure me. To me, I'm looking at what are the historical things that have changed because of geographic changes.
Yeah.
And so I'm trying to figure out. I want to do some research on South America. Because I've read some weird stuff. There's a bunch of etchings and stuff from Patagonia area that are very odd. They're very odd, and they show the Native Americans doing, Native peoples doing weird. It's just odd. I'm just honest with you, and I've saved them on my computer. So when I get the gumption, I'll make a video and.
Yeah.
Anyway,
so you think the geographical ones, to find someone who traveled them kind of stuff and hear their stories and the distance of they would have traveled, the remembering, because you can drive there, I presume you can. South America, the North Pole. I think Canada has changed quite a lot as well. But that's just a picture on a map. A picture on a wall that someone's drawn. Until I'm above it and see it from above, I think it could be still the same. Maybe, I don't know. Could be.
Well, you see some of those ancient maps, and sometimes the residuals show up on those.
Yeah.
Way back,
There is a map showing, in one of the books that the whole planet that we're living on is down in this corner, and the rest of the world is up here, like as in over the North Wall. There's another land over here. Over here. And we're just
the UK is in a different spot too. You've moved north.
Mm-hmm.
Your weather must have changed in some way because you're now further north than you used to be.
The equator's jumped up a little bit, yeah. The equator's gone down a small bit, yeah. I haven't noticed. the weather has always been cold. You know, I do remember colder winters in the 80s though, like as in more snowfall. But in the last 5 years since I've been in the UK, it's nearly snowed every year in March, in around February or March. So the seasons, as in when we usually get snow at Christmas, is now February, which is 2 months later. Summer now is in around September, August, September. You know, even nearly going in towards the winter months. So time and all slowing down and speeding up and stuff like that. And if that is something that some conspiracy theories think that they could be hiding, the moon, the stars, the sun, whatever, the reality out there that, you know, we don't want to see.
Well,
The
if we're in a
Holy
simulation, it's all a simulation, okay?
Well, even if it's just that we do live in physical bodies and everything we see up there is just a projection on a big fucking screen, okay? Which could be just to hide us from all the shooting shit around that we might see, whatever's out there. They're hiding something anyway. If that's the case, well, then they can do anything to us in a way that, like almost like a simulation. They could push one button and make us all believe whatever they want us to believe. But by changing the story via the Mandela effect, is it outside influence happening to show us, you know, okay, here there's someone pushing your buttons there, you know, there's someone changing your reality. Here, look at this, look at this, look at this. And then 50% of the world wake up to the Mandela effect. It has to happen for a reason. You know, it has to happen if it's God's plan. A lot of us believe it's God's plan, you know, and everything, it happens for a reason. The journey to wherever we're going, the last 5 years of my life has been the most exciting years of my life in a way, even though it's been the most scary times of my life.
My whole life turned around in the last 5 years. Totally.
Yes, 100%.
Where the direction I'm going, the things I want to do, totally different, totally changed.
100%, 100%. When the Mandela effect hits your life, no matter what you're researching at the time,
you're changed.
It changes you. Once you see, you never can unsee. You know, oh, excuse me. I'd like to say, I used to go out and try to open people's mind to the Mandela effect and go around and talk to people openly, just, you know, everyone you meet and whatever. But then you realize that there's so many NPCs out there, and as we were saying earlier on, not everyone is from the same timeline, and you get one or two or three answers off them, and then you move on to someone else. So I decided then to do some, you know, the Facebook stuff and whatever, because people were actually saying that you're crazy. No, that's mad. That didn't happen. That didn't happen. You can only take that for so long, you know. What would be if you were to if you remember when you spoke to someone about the Mandela effect, have you used one or two particular ones to talk to them about to see if they're open to the Mandela effect? Would you use any specific one? Not the JFK one, maybe?
Generally speaking, the ones I will bring up is, depending on the age, if they're older, if they're 50 or around that, I'll talk about the Kennedy assassination.
Okay.
I'll talk about, if they're younger, the Pikachu's tail, Berenstain Bears, bananas.
Bananas upside down that way. Yes.
Yeah.
There's a okay. That's a good one. I like that one.
I don't talk to people about Mandela effect unless I've gotten to know them pretty well, because you get a little punchy.
Okay.
You know, about who you want to talk. We're not like the UK. You guys are you're a little more, I think you're a little more open to.
No, they're not. They're not.
You have some paranormal stuff there.
Well, actually, no, they are. I talk to really strange people then. I think every second person I meet, I talk about the man. Probably every person I meet, I try to wingle it in some sort of way. But I think every no, I guess, is close to a yes. So you get one out of every three people. But depending on where you are, if you're in London city centre, just walk past you, ignore you. You could be on fire, they'd walk over you. You know, they're going to their jobs, they don't want to hear you. But I did go to Trafalgar Square once, and I just shouted out at the top of my lungs, "Who here's a Mandela affected?" Right, really, really loud, and two people put up their hands. You know, so, and I walked over to them and I asked them, you know, what was your first one? And to have the boss do that, you know, without someone getting you sectioned, You know, so I bring now around my certificate with me, say, yes, I am crazy. I am on medication. Thank you very much. And I used to do that for just for fun because I want to see the funny side, and I'd like to see, bring a bit of comedy to the Mandela effect. Don't be freaked out about it. Try to have a bit of sense of humor about the whole lot. We're not in control of it, so we're just observers. We observe it from wherever we're observing it, and how we take it in, and how we put it back out into the world is, I suppose, down to us and our psychiatrists. Who said
I
that?
like to think it has to do with, maybe we're part of an experiment. It was what happens to people when their reality becomes less predictable and solid.
Yes.
How they navigate that emotionally, spiritually, physically.
How did it dissolve that? Like, are we actually? We're not shattering people's worlds when we're saying, beam me up, Scotty. When they go, yeah, he really said that. When you say no, he never said it. It's not actually earth breaking. No, the world's not going to fall apart. Just go with it and say yes. So some people are afraid to say it. So the Mandela effect is really used to be a
Luke, I am your father. I mean, I watched the movie originally in '77. I was pregnant with my eldest. He kicked me when the Death Star went up. So I was there. I watched the original in the theater.
Yes.
And then we bought the VHS, and we watched it over and over and over. There's no way I'm mistaken. Okay.
Speaking of Star Wars, the original, I have a bag of Star Wars stuff. I have probably loads of actual physical residue, and there's the original videos on the case. It's got the residue on the actual case. There you go. That's the original case. It's all gold there. Look, that's a VHS tape. So yeah, I watched them as well. That's my memory. The all gold from that. The Luke, I am your father as well. You know what? I don't remember that as well as I remember. That's more of a visual thing. With I'm more of a visual thinker, if you know what I mean. So that to me is 100%. The other one's about 80%. But Star Wars, yeah. What a, and that keeps happening. There's so many different versions on that's happening. There's like R2D2's wires have changed. Princess Leia's buns have changed, and it keeps changing. There was a story I heard about that where George Lucas done an interview and said that he knew his movies would change without him doing anything to them in time.
Well, a lot of people accuse him of changing it and not telling people, and I don't think that's what happened.
No, I think he said that they were going to change anyway before he was not going to do anything.
So he's affected, huh?
Oh yes, 100%. I'd say so many different people are in the celebrity land, or whatever you want to call them, or whatever you want to say. I'd say they are, but why don't you just go and say it? They're not going to lose a career, are they? They could launch a new trend. They've got so many followers.
I think we're moving to, as more and more of us are kind of waking up to this, that maybe there'll be enough of us that it won't be a big deal after a while.
Like the way the UFO community, right, was like full on everywhere you go, and now it's just one of the people would say, oh, you used to go to conspiracy theory if you believe in the UFO. Is it going to be like that in years to come? I mean, are you just a Mandela effect? You're like the UFO community. You're one of them. A sort of an everyday occurrence kind of way.
Yeah, I remember my brothers saying that they saw this big fireball go over Table Mountain. This is near Oroville, north of me. And it wasn't a meteor. It was actually like flying in an arc. Okay. So my family, anytime we got together, family reunions on my dad's side, the weird stories would just fly because I come from a strange family. I'll be honest with you, we're a little different.
A little different. Well, you fit in well here. We're a little different here too. No, right, Alan? No, we're okay. We're sane. No, we're not sane, Alan. No, you're okay here. So a little different is good. Is good.
Hi, Tom.
Hi, Tom. How are you, brother? Welcome along. You're on the Twitch. Twitch, is it Twitch? I think you're on Twitch. Hi, Tom. Yeah, someone said they have a new trigger. What's your new trigger? So we can trigger you, Tracy. That's not a good. I have a new trigger. Please tell me what your trigger is, so I know it. I'll write it down, and every time I meet you, I'll say it. What's
the flowers on Table Mountain? Yeah, it was a barren desert on the top of there. There's nothing up there. I've been up there. Okay. Yeah. And the desert blooming, that's a, that was used to be a rare thing. Now the desert in bloom is like unbelievable, like
Yeah.
the life that's in the desert now is so much more life in the desert. More animals anyway, more animals, and behavior of animals is more what I would consider conscious. I think we're seeing a level of consciousness, self-awareness in animals, even the lower animals.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly, Tracy. Um, PG&E causing fires, the dumbasses. Anyway, so we have animals. It's just what really blows me with animals is they interspecies treat each other better than we do.
Oh yeah.
One
Yeah.
species to another. And it's like the fact that they will voluntarily bond as friends in the wild. There's a case of a bear and a wolf being friends. Going, how does that work?
Mm.
You
I get
know?
it. Yeah.
And I remember the picture of the orangutan, which is orangutan, not orangutan. There's a G on the end in my timeline.
Yeah. That changed tonight. Then it did.
And this orangutan is offering to help this photographer out of the mud because he's in the muddy water, and he's reaching down to help the human. That never happened in my original timeline.
Mm. Do you remember? I can never pronounce this right. That was Sandeman Square, where the
Oh yeah, the guy
tank
got run
man,
over in my
tank man.
timeline.
Yeah, a lot of people here. I remember that too. Now I'm not going to influence it, but
Swift flat,
who
murdered.
remembers the tank guy, tank man,
Yeah, the tank guy.
tank guy? Yeah. So that
Didn't happen
white
now.
white from reality, white from reality. Same as quite a lot of stuff. That changed the whole thing. But sure, it didn't stop it from being a massacre because it was still a massacre, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was.
So why just cut out that bit? Why just cut the whole lot out? It didn't happen. You know what I mean? And then but that one is a big one as well, where a lot of people remember that vividly. That was so shocking, man. That was so shocking. The orangutan. There we go. It's fair play to you.
Yeah, it was. It had a G on the end.
Like,
And I also believe that opossum used to be just possum.
okay.
I'm not
Um,
sure. I couldn't prove it, but
opossum.
yeah, they're called opossum. It's like nobody calls them opossum. Well, they are now.
Just
It's just a
possums, like they
plain
just go
possum.
like that. That play dead. That play dead. Them possums.
Yeah, those possums. I actually had a baby when I rescued and took to a nature rehabilitation
They're my
place.
cousins. Possums are my cousins. Stop it, Alan. Sorry. I had to
And
go
this,
there.
this little baby possum was so cute. Very docile creatures.
Yes, yes.
And they think they're cats. They'll eat cat food. I had them walk into my house and walk around. And, I said, you don't belong in my house. You need to go. Trying to get it to go. It was hard.
Just
They're
walked
very
in and said,
friendly.
"This is my house now.
Yeah, where's the food?
Where's dinner?" Oh
And
wow.
I think raccoons also are bigger than they used to be.
Okay.
I
They're not just
had
well fed. They're just not well fed. Maybe they're eating with
maybe
the
the ones
possums.
in my area are well fed. Maybe
Maybe they're
that's
just
it.
sitting with the possums. Maybe the possums are bringing them out food.
Possums are a little delivery service. Because
Deliveroo,
I got up one
Deliveroo.
day and we used to leave in the warm weather. We leave the door open for the cats. Okay, and I hear this god awful noise. Pardon my French. Just the strangest weird sounds coming from my dining room. And I go out there and there's two very large raccoons, you know, going at it with each other, trying to fight. Okay. And they're making all kinds of noises. And I go over there and I say, excuse me. And they stop. And they look at me and they split out the door.
All right, okay.
I don't take any guff off the back. Okay.
Excuse me, sorry.
Well, the Hindenburg, remember when he says, oh, the humanity? He doesn't say that anymore.
The Hindenburg one is interesting.
It killed like 200 people, is my understanding, too.
There's
and oh, the humanity, which are the residuals in the WKRP thing about the turkeys being dropped from the sky. He says, oh, the humanity, the guy reporting. I think right now, the Hindenburg, the reporter doesn't say that anymore.
There was another case around the same time that happened, was the ghost blimp. Do you ever hear about the ghost blimp that was around the same time as the Hindenburg? That the blimp went up and disappeared, kind of similar to the Philadelphia experiment, where then it turned up with no one on it but one person. Everyone disappeared.
I have not heard of that one.
No,
that's interesting.
That was, I think it's called the ghost blimp. It's around the same time as that. There is it's funny because I think for some reason the crossover was that one of the guys who was on it ended up on the Hindenburg and survived because he thought he got onto a different blimp at the beginning and end up in that one. And he thought, I didn't remember getting onto the Hindenburg. I don't know what, but it was some sort of crossover. I don't know what it was, but around the same time. And that was I remember 9 people for some reason living after that, surviving. Was it 9? What's the original one? No one survived. That's what we're in the timeline now. No one survived the Hindenburg. Is that correct?
Well, I think it was only 30 people died in the current one. It was like almost 200 originally.
Okay. So it's done. Okay.
It's like, how could anybody survive? The thing went up like a candle. Like a.
Yeah, it went. Yeah.
Boom.
Boom, like that. Yes. I thought a lot of people died. Now there's a triple effect on that. I thought everyone went from everyone dying to no one dying. Or sorry, to low.
I think it's like 20 or 30 now, or not very many. And it's like, how on the earth could they survive that? I'm just saying, how could they survive that?
That was just a big fire.
It's like being inside a bomb.
Yes, exactly. That's crazy. Here's another one that changed. If you go around in the history books, you have the swastika now is not straight.
It went one direction and it changed.
It's changed over. Now it's sitting on its side.
Well, the swastika is a very ancient sacred symbol.
It's a peace symbol.
And the Nazis incorporated it, and the Native Americans had a version of it here, and they decided to stop using it during World War II.
Yeah, that's right. I remember that.
India has a version of it. I mean, it's a universal symbol.
Yes.
And the whole thing about Nazi Germany, everything that keeps on changing. Stuff that happened there keeps on changing, and it always weird to me when you look at the bombed cities.
Yes.
And how devastated they are, and how these old pictures are, and it's like it'll have like everything decimated except one little area, and it's like, how did that area manage not to get flattened?
Yeah.
And then you see Europe now, and it's like I'm sure that some of it was rebuilt, but still, how quickly they rebuilt it seems a little bit mind-boggling to me. How did they fix it all so quick?
Yeah.
I mean, there may not be a Mandela effect. It's just weird stuff like that, where you try to connect the dots and you just don't succeed.
Well, that's what it's all about, connecting dots. Seeing where they connect and where they don't connect.
Yeah. I'm an ENFP Myers-Briggs personality type, and our superpower is seeing patterns. And so when I see something that there's a pattern and then there's a glitch in that pattern, I try to look at that and say, well, what's going on there? And that's why I like to look at history and geography, because I'm going, well, one little change here is going to change the whole timeline.
Absolutely.
It's like someone going back and doing something that messes with everything. They step on the butterfly.
Yeah, that's
you know,
the butterfly effect in a way.
the
Yes, yes.
butterfly
So,
effect, right?
and slight changes like the Mandela effect, even the slightest change down to Mickey Mouse wearing braces, not wearing it, might have some
Him having a tail
change
or
in the
not
future.
having a tail.
Yeah,
You
that
know?
kind of stuff. We mightn't be able to see it right now, but it might have completely weird changes in 10 years' time. I used, could be some guy just went back to change one thing in his lifetime, and we're just seeing the effects of what's happening just with time
Well,
travel. We just don't know, guys. We just don't know.
which begs the question, if someone did that, someone had time travel ability, why are we seeing the changes, not every? Why are we aware of the changes?
We're living through
That
them.
doesn't make any sense. So that doesn't really answer
Well,
what.
it doesn't. It doesn't. But maybe some people can only see the changes, and some people, that could be a reason why some people can see them and some people can't, because we can see it happening in real time, where other people are not in this time, but they're still here, but they just don't experience.
Well, for them, it was always that way. You see,
Yeah,
they're native to this era, this time.
yeah. I
And
think the
we're
Mandela
not.
effect. I think the Mandela effect has been around though for forever. Everything's been changing forever and ever and ever and ever in a way. What do you think? How far do you think this goes back? When do you think it started?
I believe it may go back to the bombing in Hiroshima and
Okay.
Nagasaki. It could be before that, but I really think you won't find a lot before that. I'm just I'm just saying. I think that for me, uh, when I was in ninth grade or eighth grade, my stepfather died. I loved him very much. And my brother was in the hospital with cancer. My mother is, she's going. My stepfather's dying. He's in one hospital. My mother has my eldest brother in Yuba City or somewhere like that. So they're like far apart. I don't know how she got through it, but I remember that when all that happened, all that whatever it was happened, something changed. Whether it's just, you could say, oh, that's life experience, everything changes. I said, no, there was something more going on. There's something more going on with that. Something then, it wasn't just a little change, everything changed to me in a weird way. And I just went with the flow because of everything going on. And, when you're going through a lot of stress and stuff, you try not to dwell on it. And but looking back, I'm going, things really went weird after that. And so I don't know when it started, if it even. And when you think about things like, is there a beginning or end to this kind of thing? It's like if it's a cosmic eternal thing, there's no beginning or end to it.
Yeah, like God.
Maybe we were always affected. We were always different from birth. And so these little changes that we went through, we just went with it because we didn't know any different, but we weren't aware of what other people's experiences were until recently.
Mm, mm,
I mean, I
mm.
don't know.
Yeah, a lot of people like woke up. As you were saying at the beginning of the show, that woke up around 2016, and majority of the people that I've spoken to have in around 2016. I was trying to figure out why did three-quarters of the people who were affected wake up in and around that time? Well, what happened then? Was that
It
another
had to
kind of?
be some kind of energetic thing, that zapped the planet.
Well, it did
And that,
coincide with CERN playing around with messing around, but they've been around for years, though. The atomic bomb thing going off, and doing sending a transmission out or a frequency out. I heard that on the next level thing where it also sent out a message to the cosmos that have reached now atomic weaponry. So we're next
We've
level.
reached
So
a dangerous era of our
come and see us here
existence.
and have a look, and we're nearly ready. We're nearly ready for the fight in a way. Well, not really, but
We're ready to destroy ourselves.
yeah, exactly. So a lot of stuff went weird with the UFO kind of stuff around after that as
Well,
well.
yeah, we have UFO stuff at missile silos, triggering
Saving us from
silos
ourselves.
to shoot the nuclear rockets and then
Yes,
shutting them down
just
without
before they
our
were going off. Yes, yes.
control of any kind.
Absolutely. That kind of protection that happening around then sort of give that a bit of a, I wouldn't say a bit of a runway, that theory, but it did do something. There is something to be said around that at that time when that went off, there was something that changed universally and worldwide, and yeah. But singularity moments in a way. Um, do, do you have a theory on the AI version of what artificial intelligence running and being a part of this realm? Would you say? Do you think that's a? Have you looked into that in a big way? Artificial intelligence running the
Well,
programs that we are programmed with.
we know AI can be, according to the movies, can be very dangerous.
According to the movies,
When they become self-aware and can replicate, we're in trouble.
just so you said replicate. And the news is that they just made a new replicating bio, whatever it is, some plant or whatever it is today, not plant,
Yeah.
some cell that replicate. I'm thinking Stargate. I know Tracy, but is going Stargate. Yes, no, replicators and that are bad, but replicate. Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
I don't know. I wonder, if we are in a simulation, are we the AI? Are we self-aware replicating artificial intelligences? I hope not. I hope I have a soul and a spirit.
Well, yeah. Well, if you think you do, you must. Therefore, if you think you do, I suppose you do.
Well, until anyone tells me different, I'm going to believe that.
Yeah, just carry on believing you do. That's it. Just believe. Have faith. Isn't that the word? Have faith.
Make my programmer proud.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, if the simulation theory, the reason why I asked about AI, I think the AI that we see in the world today, I know a lot of billionaires, a lot of people who have lot of money are piling the money into artificial intelligence weaponry at the moment. I don't know if anyone knows that, but big
Well, they're
companies.
probably up to no good.
They're always up to no good. But when they say weaponry, all it is microchips, for weapons. Nothing else. They say it's gone into a weapon. It's probably just gone into a spaceship or a gun or a whatever. Biotech and loads of weapons, so they get like microchips. But apparently, billions and billions and billions of dollars is being put into that at the moment. But you also see millionaires shooting themselves into space. Have you seen that's a new trend starting in 2022? Have you seen that?
And penis-shaped rockets, no less.
Yeah, big penis-shaped rockets.
Very prophetic.
Yes, and when are they going to start doing the transhumanism, the mainstream transhumanism in this world? When can you go to the corner shop and just go, okay, there I am, I'm in the computer now? That'll be a thing in 10 years' time. That's what AI might be here to do, to get transhumanism and get
basically plug into the matrix, right?
The matrix. But if it is a hive mind, it be connected to us all? Isn't it already by us typing our information into Facebook, giving ourselves an avatar, giving myself a name, give myself where I live, give myself. You're already making a little avatar in a laptop, I suppose, in a way. But I think we could be the creators of the first version of it, and we're just playing around. So it could happen.
We have to accept our role as creators of our reality, and be careful what you believe and what you put energy into.
Oh yes.
Because we want to steer whatever we're going through in a better direction, because it doesn't look good. About stargates.
Yes.
Remember those a brain fart.
Okay.
The Arctic, the
Arctic Triumph?
those
What are you gonna say?
Arc de Triomphe, you know, those gateways that look
Yeah,
like
yeah, yeah, yeah,
gateways.
yeah. The
They're
Janice's
all over the
Anises.
world. They're all over the world. There's even in ancient megalithic art, there's versions of these archways. And I always wondered, there's one in Peru that I swear it's got to be a kind of the Stargate of some kind. It just, it doesn't make any sense that it, you know, it's possible it's not complete because things have been taken off of it.
Yes.
But it's like you look at it, so what the heck is that supposed to be? You know, unless it's some way to communicate with God or to,
Well,
you know, which was
yeah,
possible, I suppose.
yeah.
Or is
There's
it a
one.
Stargate of some kind?
There's lots of them in London. There's lots of them in London. Where we got the Speaker's Corner in London, there's one there. There's a big gate. I know. I know Paul, the Black Sheep researcher. What the Flock TV, I think he's called now. He does a lot of stuff about gateways and Janice and Annis and Janice is Annis. Sorry, I don't call it Janice. I always take the piss of it. But you know, Janus, is that his name? He's the gate. You know, the god of gateways and all these archways and stuff like that. And there are loads of
And
them all
I
over
think
the world.
I think they're connected to the star forts too. I
Yes,
think
yes. Star Forts popping up all over the place.
they're all over everywhere. And then you
Yes,
have Tartaria. Now, I did
yes.
find some old books about people visiting and living with the Tartars of northeastern Europe.
Okay.
And I haven't read them yet. There's just so much to do. I'm
Yeah, I
only
know,
one
I know.
person.
But you get
Uh,
a lot out of you probably get a lot out of Paul the Black Sheep researcher. Yeah, he does all that kind of stuff. Do you know him? Do you know Paul?
no, I don't.
I think it's called What the Flock TV now. His channel. If anyone can pop it in there, he's very good. He does all that kind of stuff, Tartarianism and stuff like that. Talks all about it as well. And Martin Leahy, you know Martin Leahy.
No,
Martin
I don't
Leahy.
get out much.
Flat Earth British, they talked a lot about it as well, and yeah, there's a lot to be said in Stargates. Fascinate me, you know. I think CERN is a modern day Stargate in a way, you know, and they're all just mini Stargates, just constructed from different stuff, and they go not because they're constructed in electricity. They don't go to somewhere else. They go when somewhere else or maybe to somewhere else and went somewhere else in a way, but they're different than the ones that we see on the moon and in caves and are
Yeah.
half here and half there. Stargates. Yeah.
When you look at these arches and they have all this carving on them, it's like there's nobody who can actually look at those carvings. It's so far up there, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But I think if we could find a way to get pictures of those carvings and look at them, they might tell us a story
Yes,
that
they do.
is insightful.
They do. Yes, they do. They do. And um, yeah, I think some of them the way they probably were constructed were, removable pieces and, like a jigsaw, like as you would see. And so when you place different places and different, different rocks, different formations in the Stargate area, they'll open channels to different places. Whether you want to be real with it and think that you get actually manifested there physically, or you just get a connection to what's there, your higher self from a different version.
There's
I
got
don't.
to be something missing
Hmm.
that enables you to do it. And that missing piece, we have no idea what it is. It could be some kind of vehicle, it could be some kind of suit you have to wear, or some kind of energy producing object.
Yes,
I know that just walking through them doesn't do it anymore. So there's
it is.
something significant missing
If you
from the
notice,
starports and the arches that were energetic catalysts of some kind.
the Egyptians used to walk around with the cross of David, something like that. That seemed to be a key to open these things. Something like a cross of David that was. It was a cross that had the round bit on the top. If you look at the Egyptian hieroglyphs or hieroglyphs, a lot of them will walk around with them and have them in their hands or have them on a staff or
Well,
have
the
them.
little purses that every
It kind of
ancient
looks like a purse,
civilization
but it's
has,
not a purse. It's just a
including
stick.
the Aztecs and the Mayans, have men with the little purses. Like,
Yes,
what the heck
exactly.
is in their little purse?
Yeah, exactly. The key to open these things, the connection,
There's
whatever it
got
is.
to be something we don't have.
I had one of them crosses here. I don't know where it is anymore. It might be hieroglyphs. They walk around with stuff like that all the time. And they're seen in pictures with them, and maybe that could be the lost connection, and that's what they hide in the Vatican and places like that. Where you.
We know the Vatican's got all kinds of secret stuff in it.
Yeah, they've got books.
Why would they protect it so dearly if it wasn't important information? They don't want people to know.
Yeah, I know. It's they actually, if you believe everything you read about them, everything you hear, that they have books so powerful that they can't even be in the same bloody, room or same side of the building. That they put together. They just bring it up. I don't know. I don't even want to go in there. What the fuck? What TFTV and John Levi? Their channel. Okay, there's some channels in the. Thanks, Truth Loops. You're on the ball, Truth Loops. Not just a pretty name. Oh, there we go. We've got some. There's What the Flock TV. Very, very interesting. Very, very interesting. The mud floods. What about the mud floods and the Great Resets and stuff like that?
I went on Google Earth first and looked at San Francisco, and mud flood occurs on a hillside. There is this building built on a hillside where the first floor has been buried. Now, how in the hell does that work? And then I went over to Old Sacramento near me, and I found a bunch of mud flood there, and it's like the story they tell you is so bullshit. They said, there was flooding and it buried Old Sacramento, 20 feet in mud or whatever. And so they had to, leave that covered and
start building again.
Raise the city, supposedly.
Yeah.
And I was talking to my youngest, and he says, well, why did they just build up the levee? Okay. According to them, it wasn't a mud flood. They had actually brought in the dirt to raise the level of the city. That's their story, that they brought in all this dirt. Now, this is like 1840. That's about the time the mud flood stuff's going on, right? 1840 or something. And, the city, the city decided they had to build it up. So they brought all this dirt and raised the city up so it wouldn't flood anymore. And like I said, my son said, well, wouldn't it have been easier just to build up the levee? But yes, because that's just a story. Building up covering the first floor of the whole town with dirt and mud is just a story. It's not true. I went on a tour to the underground, and they wouldn't let you take pictures. Why? I just want to take pictures of the dirt. Well, I looked at the dirt walls. Now, they didn't have heavy construction vehicles in those days. You realize the monumental task it would be to bring in dirt, to raise the city up 20 feet, okay? Ridiculous. Or 15 feet, whatever that may be. And I look at the walls, and if you have a place where dirt from all kinds of places are put, there are going to be differences in the dirt. There'll be striations of different dirt. Some will be darker, lighter, sandier, because it's not all from one place. But this dirt was completely compressed, consistent, dried mud. Mm-hmm. It was totally the same color. There were no levels. It was like it all happened at once. The mud flood, this is the typical way it looks all over the world. And the story is always some bullshit they try to tell you. And nobody has a current record in the news about what happened. Not makes any sense anyway.
Yeah. Hiding history, and using the stories of floods and great this and libraries lost and archives lost, just so they can rewrite history in a different direction to change the alternative.
They call it the Great Resets. How many resets have we had?
Yeah, how many? When did it happen? Is it every 10,000 years? Is it every 5,000 years? What is it? Are we about to see it? And what is it? Do we just go back to cavemen? Am I going to end up in the caves more?
I understand. I understand is the reset. One of them was like medieval
I'm thinking
times
that movie.
because
Sorry.
people weren't educated. They couldn't read. They had to just take the word
Yeah,
of their superiors.
yeah. Well, a lot of
So
stuff
I
wasn't
think,
written down. You know, in them times, a lot of stuff wouldn't have been written down. It was all word of mouth. Stories were given, and you know,
well, they
what
didn't
was
read. There was no way to get this information
so yeah,
accurate.
it was just a story told to another story was told, and then anyone that was a scriber back in them and very far and few between. It maybe one in each town, maybe that could actually write down stuff. And if their stories and if their history in a way survived that even one town, it's just wiped out. It could,
And if you want to go conspiracy theory ish, you can say the elites know all about it.
absolutely. Who do you think's burning them? Who do you think's taking photocopies of them before they burn them? You know, who do you think took photocopies and who do you think took what's his name as Tesla's research and said it was burned? All
Oh,
that
that
kind of.
all disappeared, didn't
We
it?
all
How
know that was
convenient.
Trump's uncle, wasn't it? Trump's uncle was in with all that kind of stuff. So we can see them, breadcrumbs leading up to the elite,
They
which we
took
call.
everything. They
Oh,
took
the whole lot.
everything he had.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
He
Loads.
dies in obscurity and poverty. How they treated him was appalling.
Mm-hmm.
And then they
Hi,
take
Captain Kirk.
everything.
Hi, Captain Kirk. Good to see you here, brother. I hope you're doing well. I really want to set up a show with you soon, man. I see you're doing
Hello,
loads of
Captain.
videos, man. God bless you, man. Keep doing them, man. It looks very interesting. Every time I go up, you have a new video on. So keep going. I do want to give you a wrench while you're here, actually, brother, so you can drop your channel in because I missed you last time. So there you are, Blue. Do drop your channel in there, Captain Kirk. We'll set up a show um, during the week sometime because I have my Wi-Fi back. So happy to see Captain Kirk. I love having him in the show. He's brilliant. He's brilliant. Full of energy, like myself. And I'll just give you one reminiscence of one show. He's walking around with the headphones in, so we had the headphones in, walking around with the heat, and he can't hear me, but I can hear him. So I'm trying to answer his questions, but he just keeps, and I think he's ended up his microphone's behind him, and we can kind of half hear him. It was great fun. Always great energy. Always great energy. God bless you. I've been busy. Have you been busy? God bless you, man. God bless you.
I can't believe how long we've been talking. That's a dangerous thing for him and I, for Mark and I to get together.
Sure, nearly 3 hours, at it, and it only seems like a minute. It only seems like a minute. And I had this big idea of coming on and doing a live Mandela effect residue search. I have a few pictures up there, but sure, it's not about the residue, I suppose. Tonight, it's about just gone deep. It started off where it started, and we don't know where it's going to end yet. So we'll see how we go. How long more do you have left, by the way? How long have we got? Another half an hour? Another 15 minutes?
Sure, sure. I want to talk to you, all the gardeners out there.
The gardeners. Okay,
I'm a gardener. I love gardening.
nice.
And you know your yard, you know your plants, you know the way the light moves, the sun moves, you know weather patterns, you know how your plants respond. And when the Mandela really hit, the first thing I noticed is the sun is white. Everything's very harsh looking outside. Another thing I noticed is the sun moves differently in the sky. Plants that I had in a spot in my yard in pots, because I have hard ground, I can't grow a thing in it hardly. Um, I had to move them because the change in the sun burned them.
Sunlight. Okay.
And
Wow.
it's like I had to put things in like full open shade that used to need full sun. I mean, this is something that if you're a gardener, you just like go, what the frick is going on? And it was
Yeah,
part
a
of the whole
farmer that would be.
Mandela thing. I'm just noticing this is, I mean, I couldn't prove this to anybody, but I've been gardening in my front yard for 35 years. Okay.
Mm,
I know how things grow. I know things what they do and how well they do. Not only that, but the hibiscus, the hardy hibiscus, is a new thing that they look like tropical hibiscus. I've grown them, but they're hardy hibiscus. They don't have to be in a greenhouse. They come up every year. That is a new Mandela effect
okay.
from a few years ago. Because before that, you could only buy the tender kind that you have to put in a greenhouse in the winter. And the other kind was Rose of Sharon, which was not a true hibiscus looking flower. So, And you know the funny thing is about I've ordered hibiscus flowers I got some from a friend, some seeds, and I ordered some from China, some hibiscus seeds from China, but you cannot go to any seed catalog in America and find these seeds.
Okay. It's not
Oh, they are
possible.
nursery seeds. There is a version. There's many different colors of hardy hibiscus that look just like the ones in Hawaii, but they
Okay.
are hardy. I am not kidding you. Lone Eagle showed one. He says up there. This was several years ago, before he got all religious. Bless his heart.
I haven't seen him in ages. I was wondering where he's gone. He got all
No,
religious.
he's and whenever people get, never. I'll go into that later.
Fine,
Anyway,
Jeebus.
he was a landscaper, so he's a
Okay.
man who knows.
Yeah,
And
of
he
course.
said, one year, everyone, up there in Canada, people buy the kind that will die in the cold, right? He says, this year, they're coming up everywhere. And he showed the one in his yard. He says, this is not supposed to be a hardy hibiscus. And he says, they're all over Canada where people planted them, and now they're hardy. I mean, this is bizarre.
Mm.
It's wonderful. I'm thinking as one of the rare plus things, but it's like it's a weird thing. And about the sun, I have a red-haired son who can't be in the sun for 5 minutes. Now, it never used to be that bad for him, but this son we have now, he's out in the sun for 5 minutes, he has a burn.
Okay.
I'm not kidding you.
Well,
And I think that's a Mandela effect.
they brought out climate change about 10, 15 years ago, as well, and the sun to me was yellow and turned white. Yeah, absolutely. I agree. And the GMO.
I used to enjoy the golden sunshine in the morning. It felt so good.
Yeah.
Sunshine used to feel physically good. Not anymore. I mean, I can't be in it very long at all.
Yeah, it doesn't get that. Well, I'm in the UK. It doesn't really get that
You
hot.
don't really get sun, do you?
I went to Australia a couple of times, and the heat over there. I love the summers over there. I like the heat. Not too much heat now, of course. So don't give us a brilliant, really, really hot summer. Well, actually, do actually. Oh, where is the golden sun? Just a lot of us remember that. A lot of
Well,
us
I think that's part of the felt sense. When the sun changed, we lost that felt sense of home, because that's a big deal. That ever since we were children, we'd sit in the sunshine and just, you know that feeling.
Yes, I
You
do.
know that feeling of that
I do.
warmth,
Yes.
and that it was healing. And I can honestly tell you that I don't think the sun is a very healing sun anymore.
So let
Not
me
like
ask you: if imagine this, when the sun changed, they just put a filter on it, and they took out all the positivity that we used to get from it, and now we don't get as much positivity as we used to get from it. The things that what they say make us the radiation that we need from it, whatever it is, to shine bright and to think outside the box, and then they stick the chemtrails in front of us, and they bring us down to dumb level where we're walking around, dragging our hands behind us and not even questioning an idea because it must be great because he said it and it's on TV. Let's all do that.
I can only figure people aren't paying attention.
Yeah, they don't look up. But all you need to do is look up, and you see there's trails all over the place. They're blocking out this, they're blocking out that, and just remember when you were a kid, you used to go out and you take pictures of yellow suns because you used to see yellow suns. Now, in fairness, someone did say to me, "Yeah, but you're not going to draw a white sun on a white piece of paper." I says, "Yeah, well, you'd still draw a white circle. You remember it's been a yellow sun. Don't be fucking my childhood up. Fuck off." Sorry,
Well, that doesn't explain kids cutting out yellow suns to put on brown or blue construction paper.
There you go. Or even on fashion and stuff like that and whatever. So, don't be messing with memories. Don't be messing with memories.
I think Raisin Bran has a yellow sun on it.
That's right. Yes, that's right.
The picture of the sun on Raisin Bran.
Did he not used to have glasses and now he doesn't have glasses? Is there one of them that?
Yeah. He used to have glasses on, sunglasses.
That's a Mandela effect. Going into logos, like you have the famous the Monopoly guy. Then you have that guy who had the glasses, then doesn't have the glasses. Then you have
Well,
the
there's
famous,
Fruit Loops that was FRUIT loops.
yes,
Then it went to FROOT loops.
OOT loops,
I went
yes,
back to FRUIT loops again.
yes, yes.
I was at the store, I'm just going, of course it is.
Yes.
You know, you get kind of jaded after a while. It's like, yeah, I know that's, oh, well, another change, you know.
Yeah, another change, another change. Oreo stuff, double stuff, double F, or just one F. There's another one, Ghostbusters, the Stay Puffed Marshmallow Man. I don't know why I'm thinking of that, but Puffed and Puff. There's, I remember Puff, double F, not the T. Doesn't just,
Yeah, the T was not there. It was just Stay Puft with F.
Yeah. And now you can look at that movie again and you can see the big T there. It doesn't belong on his hat. It doesn't belong on the guy's hat. There's also another bit that's cut out of that video at the very beginning of that video where he meets the old woman in the library. She comes up and goes, ah, and that's where he goes and the scene cuts. That's not at the end of that scene anymore. It's something else. Well, the librarian comes in. The librarian's walking around and she meets the ghost. The last scene is where the ghost turns into a skeleton and gives right the shit out of her, and then she screams, and then it goes to the next scene. That scene's being cut out. The Ghostbuster symbol is now backwards. The line cross.
Well, yeah, a lot of the don't do symbols have reversed to the red with the line. Yeah.
Road signs. That in the road signs are very.
Yeah, the yield sign that was yellow no longer exists.
The yield sign that is yellow exists in yellow, pink, blue, orange. It exists in every color. I think it's blue in Hawaii. It's yellow in different countries. I've found pictures of it. I've seen the yellow ones in Ireland. Seen recent photographs of them. But that's not to say that it was never like that.
Well, in America, they were only yellow. That's the only color they were.
Or the red.
Yellow.
The red.
Yeah, the red.
Red here in the UK.
I was going.
The traffic lights upside down. The green on the top.
Oh yeah, it used to be green on the top.
You're going on the top. There's some residue of that in
There's a movie. There was residue in that, right?
Yeah, there was also in the series Sliders. Have you seen Sliders?
Oh yeah.
Episode of Sliders where they go to a reality where it is actually the upside down kind of version. Speaking of going to a different version, Quantum Leap. I want to go rewatch all of that because I know there's a lot of residue in that because they go from one timeline to another where he's meant to be back in time and forward in time. And I have never researched that for Mandela effects in a way, but going in with something on your mind and rewatching a series is always great when you're kind of when you've got a new bit of research in your mind. If you haven't, watching it with Mandela affected eyes, I like to say.
Well, it's like we were walking around kind of unaware. We live in a world where a lot of distraction. There's a lot of stress. There's a lot of drama around us, and that tendency to distract us from looking within and looking deeper into the world that we have around us, looking on deeper levels. And this distraction has not been our friend.
Yeah, there's a lot of distraction in the last 2 years. Has been one of the biggest distractions ever, and it's obviously for other reasons. It's not just targeted for the Mandela effect, obviously, but I have loads of books here. I used to research, and I think the lockdown for myself has given me time to look at my books and even start thinking on a deeper level of the research. Even though I was out when I shouldn't have been out because I don't like staying in anyway. But the last 2 years, I've noticed not many new Mandela effects come up. It's all reiterated as if it's switched and started again, reset and started again, flip flop, flip flop, flip flop, flip flop, flip flop. You know what I mean? And then we start coming back out into the society where we're not locked down anymore, and we start seeing the new ones.
This whole shift, it feels like our reality was unplugged and then replugged in.
Yeah, that's what they've been doing, and maybe plugging it into 7 different ones, seeing which one works. Throughout the last couple of years. Okay, well that one didn't work.
We need to do a virus scan.
Where's the button? Where's the button? Yeah.
Maybe we're the virus. We're the virus in our population, and that our timelines keep trying to spit us out.
Well,
They
yeah.
do a virus scan, say you don't belong here, and we end up going somewhere else.
That's what we could have done. We could have just done the virus down, and they said, "Well, the problem is you, but you won't leave, so well, we're fucked."
We'll just move your
we'll
spirit.
we'll just change your memories for a bit, just mess you around, and by the time you leave here, you'll be all nuts, you'll be all crazy. But I'm already crazy, so it helps. It helps being crazy when you get here. It does help having been able. I think having a split personality in a way, it kind of helps me understand in a way because I live in two different worlds at the same time anyway. I think that's why I have I wouldn't say a different understanding of it. I wouldn't have
Well, I think most of us that are affected have a rich inner life where we experience information coming in and we don't always know where it's coming from. We have we self-talk a lot. We talk to ourselves. We talk to whatever's out there. This is very common for those of us affected, I think, because we're and little meerkats help us along the way.
They do. Actually, I have a full family over there. I actually have Jerry, Dark Wolf Den. I have one. His name's Jerry, but a J instead of a G. He comes on. He has a little smoker's jacket on, so he comes on with them shows. So yeah, talking for them, it does help. It does help. I think it helps you understand your own self in a way, because you're saying it out loud, which, yeah. My neighbors probably don't think the same.
We have interesting adventures, don't we?
Well, someone said to me, I think one of the unlockdowns when we were out for a minute says, in this world you have to make your own entertainment, because you can sit back and look at other stuff and think it's funny, or you can go out and entertain yourself because think stuff's boring. Because I actually walked in and put a wig on. You had a big long wig. I said, I'm going to put that on and take some photographs and do some modeling.
I am not averse to putting on makeup and putting on wigs. I didn't
any makeup on, just a wig. No, on the reader, just a wig, no makeup, just a wig, and I put it on an album as well.
You don't need any makeup, honey.
Thanks very much. God bless you. God bless you. It's not. It's well, you see me in high definition. Yeah, it's definitely need makeup.
Yeah. High definition is not my friend.
No, it's not my friend at all. Please don't watch this in high definition.
I'm 66, and I just started plugging myself into the Facebook dating app for shits and giggles because I'm just desperate to chat with some different people, right?
Okay.
And I said mostly, I'm looking for chatting and friendship. I'd like long term once I get divorced, but you have to start with friendship and chatting, and I'll let you know what happens to that.
Okay.
Wow. I'm trying to delete all the young ones. It's like, no, you're too young. You're too young. You're too young.
Okay. So, well, good luck with that. Good luck with that. Your dating, your Facebook dating app.
Yeah, and to me, this is I just want some people. I'd love to run by the Mandela effect with new people. Find out, are any of these people affected? Am I like the lone wolf? Well,
why don't you join
my environment?
Are you not in some of my? I've about 10 different groups all over YouTube or Facebook. I'm sure you're in most of them. Have you not found people in the groups that are local to you that could be potential meetup?
I don't know anybody that's local to me. I think there may be someone in Southern California.
Oh no,
there's that's like 9-hour drive. It's not like they're
not
close.
At all. I'm sure there's someone local to you, in the Facebook.
Well, I might put in my blurb about myself that I'm Mandela affected. That might weed out a few people.
Well, yeah, if you say you're Mandela, that'll be 50% of them gone. Okay, well, that's
you're not Mandela affected. Don't message me, Dan.
Yeah. If you don't know what the other timeline is, we don't. Yeah, of course. That might scare a few in the way. All right. No, you're right. But there's so many. When I started the groups, one of the groups are I think Mandela Investigators UK. I found a lot of people were closer than I thought. But I did think, like yourself, that I'm probably the only one in the UK.
Well, you're kind of a small island. You don't have much choice.
Yeah.
I mean, California's bigger than you.
I know. I'm trying to think of on a scale where, we know people in California that are Mandela effect. Someone that lives down the road. I'm sure there's loads of people, but if it's a
Yeah, but would they like me? That's the point, you
of
know.
course you would, of course you would, of course you would.
Short, fat woman. Would they go for that?
Well, you know, of course they would. Different folks and for different strokes for different folks, I suppose, isn't it? And all that kind of stuff. There's someone out there for everyone, and all that.
Well,
Just
that's what my mother always said. There's a Jack for every Jill. Maybe more
I
than one.
thought you were going to say there's a Jack for every plug. Then I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Anyway, bring
Wash
this
your mouth
show,
out.
bring this show out of the gutter. I'm so sorry. um, I kind of wanted to do a Mandela Effect conference in the UK because it is such a small place, you know, and it would
I
it
think
wouldn't be
you'd have
far
a
to
lot of
travel.
people. You'd have a lot of people show up.
Yeah, I'd imagine so if it was organised well, you know. Well, I can't believe
I would start with a small group, local group, and then
Yeah.
build from that.
Well,
You know.
we did do me. I went down to see Tracy there. I think it was last year or the year before. I went down to see Tracy Butler here, and we met Alex and Adam, and we had some fun, and we end up, you know, thinking about doing a Mandela Effect show and a skit show and all sorts of stuff, and then, you know, still an idea. We kind of, I think we were talking about it and talking through it, what we were doing, and we just got so wrapped up and laughing about it. And I think Tracy took 3 pages of notes. Did you take 3 pages? You still have them 3 pages or 4 pages of script notes. We were going to do. Someone was playing Mandela. Someone was playing Mandela's wife. We were going to pretend that he was still alive. We were going to do Mandela Effect, put Reggie in the background, and just do some sort of skits. But then, you know, I think the lockdown happened. We never more further, and we never grew on that idea. But something like that would imagine seeing that on your as an entertainment program on your TV. You know, a Mandela Effect skit show. You know, something like that.
Mandela Effect comedy show where
The,
an affected person runs into unaffected person and hilarity ensues.
yes, there's one that someone did do, Mandela Days. Did you see that? The series that was done by the same guys as Rick and Morty. He done a pilot episode.
Oh, Rick and Morty always has a lot of stuff in it. I haven't watched a lot of it, but yeah.
The same guys
And I
who
know
wrote
The Simpsons has weird stuff in it too.
Family Guy, and American Dad have always done it. Any kind of animations like that, adult animations always have the American flag residue in every third or fourth scene. I've noticed in a lot of them as well. You know, one scene it wouldn't be residue. Next scene it would, and then 2, and it just alters. It's almost like Morse code if you look at it in a way. You know, 2211, 2211. So what was I saying? What was I saying? Something silly. Anyway, it doesn't matter. It's gone. I hate when that happens. It's on the conveyor belt. You know, as I was saying earlier on, there was something I was saying. It's gone around. It'll come back in a second. It'll come back around. So
yeah.
What I wanted to ask you: are you doing live shows this week at all? Do you have any plans to go live at all on any of your channels coming up soon?
I plan to do some readings. That's what I'm behind on. I haven't done any live tarot. It's something I really ought to try, but right now I just need to do my general readings, and then I do my love readings. Get back into that, and then next weekend I would like to do a live stream on Saturday mornings, but it's not. I don't know what the best time is. If you want, we could do them together if you'd like. I mean, once in a while for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. I'd love to.
Because it's a little more interesting to have someone to talk to rather than just talking to my audience and not having any kind of feedback. It's not audible feedback. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, I know. I get you. Sometimes when you're talking to the chat, you wait for the comment back, and so it takes a little bit of time. No, I'd love to definitely come on to one of your shows on a Saturday.
What do you think, audience? Do you want us to have another joint show sometime?
Would you like to see us again, guys? Press 1 if you would like to see us again. Press 2 if you would like to see us again. Press 3 if you'd like to see us again. Yeah, no, I think it'd be great to do another show because it is
And
good to
I will
get.
try to have some stuff on Patagonia to
Okay,
share if I
okay,
do that.
okay.
But right now my tarot channel's been neglected, and I need to, go and do
Right.
that.
Okay. You need to do. You need to do. Yeah,
And,
I can
and
open some books, loads of books of like what you were saying about the archways, of books on archways and stuff like that. So yeah, we can definitely. I'd love to do that. Get deep into it. Sorry, Tracy said she's got 8 pages left and countless pages for videos. That was one weekend I spent with Tracy and her two lovely friends and Molly. God bless Molly. And we had some great. I think we rolled around laughing so much.
I
Again,
haven't had any social anything for 2 years except for YouTube.
what?
I
Okay.
and I do go to Reiki, my Reiki group. There's only
Oh,
4 of us, so that's twice a
Ricky.
month. So there's
I,
that.
I have a version of Reiki. I was gonna do a show. I was gonna do a Reiki show. My version of Reiki was Yakuncha. It's called Yakuncha. It's a tribal word. It comes from the word get out Yakuncha. Um, so
Well,
I mean,
I'm a natural healer,
oh, this
but
is
I
just a
was when I
comedy to be
left.
honest. Sorry.
Yeah, when I left my husband,
Okay.
and I got all that energy back that he was using because he's mentally ill. He was using my
Okay.
energy to help himself feel better. When
Right.
I separated from him, he got angry enough at me and hurt enough for me to let go of some of my energy. Thank God,
Okay.
because he was just eating me up energetically. He's a vampire.
Right.
And when this energy came back to me, I was online. This was back in '98, and I was zapping people 1,000 miles away because we were connected by the internet. A quantum level. There's a quantum exchange here when you're on the internet.
Mm-hmm.
And I was zapping people energetically, and it was healing them, but it would knock them off their chair. It wouldn't be gentle because my energy, I wasn't used to having it. This healing energy is very good, but I couldn't control it. I thought I was some kind of monster because this happened like 4 or 5 times to different people. I knew it wasn't imagining it, okay? So I discussed this with someone I talked to online, and he says, well, you need to go get Reiki. He was a member of the Reiki group. And I got attuned to Reiki, and I have been much better since that. I don't zap people anymore.
Okay.
The healing energy I give out is much more gentle.
All right. Well, I was
But
thinking of
it's a universal energy, though.
yeah,
Okay. Yeah.
yeah. I was thinking of doing more of a more of a shock Reiki kind of thing where you're doing the whole, you're guiding them down and you're doing the whole, and then you go get out, you punch you, and just frighten the life out of them, and it just frightens and it just gives
Well,
hours.
I've been involved in the Brazilian healing thing where they would take the energy and just go along and toss off the negative. They would just shake it
Just
off.
that
Going
kind of way,
over
like
the aura and shaking it off.
yeah, yeah. So
You're
just kind of
healed.
feeling it and then just pushing it away at a real fast speed, so it's kind of it evaporates totally. But because I wanted to give it a name, I gave it a bad name. But there's something in it, all right. I never had it done to myself. I've never had it done to myself. I was always a bit. Oh,
I
I
can
heard
do
some stories
distance
about it.
Reiki on you sometime if you'd like. And
Well, okay,
I will be able to visualize your energy field.
okay. Someone did say to me, who was it? Said to me, Long Reach once said that I come onto a show one morning. I was resonating gold. I was sitting here in gold, and I had a golden aura all about me. I don't know. I just think the lights were on or something like that. It was weird. But there
Let
was some weird photographs around the same time that she said she could see, and I actually could see some different energies, and it was a weird time. I was
let me
almost
tell you
100%.
let me tell you what I experienced once. I had a friend that I did distance Reiki on.
Yeah.
Uh, a dear friend. He's passed since now, but and I was doing Reiki on him, and I had my eyes closed, and I was visualizing his body, his energy body, and I said, I was looking at his legs, his right leg, the energy was darker on that leg. And I'm just going, what's wrong with your right leg? He says, oh, that's where they took the veins out from my bypass. So yeah, the energy would be reduced, would be
Yes,
diminished
of course,
if
yeah.
they remove something like that,
Well,
where
there you
blood
go.
flow.
There's my left leg. I have not very good veins on my left leg, so the energy in the left leg wouldn't be as pulsating as the energy from the right leg, I suppose.
I was surprised that I could sense that. Sometimes we don't know our own gifts. I don't know what I can do, what I can accomplish. And I should think bigger, because
Crazy.
I'm used to being rather humble and not thinking I'm much of anything, when really maybe I'm more than I imagine, and that I can do more good
We are
in the
greater than we
world
think we are. Yeah, yeah. Trust.
than
What
I
did you say?
imagine.
Believe in yourself. Trust yourself. You hold up that card that you want. Trust. Believe in yourself. Trust yourself.
Yeah.
Believe in you can achieve. I do believe we are more than we are saying on the tin. Definitely, we should put
That we
ourselves.
are more profound beings than we realize.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Tracy said I've got too much energy. In fairness, I do. I bounce around like a magic, one of them bouncing balls every now and again. And this, I'm actually quite calm for tonight's show. I'm usually all over the place. I don't know what's going on. Alan's kind of falling asleep here. So now he's stopped talking anyway.
I have a calm, grounding energy, and yes, it is green. I had a man many years ago that when he looked at my picture, he could see auras had since he was a child. He thought everyone could see them. And he
Oh
said,
yeah.
"Oh, you're emerald green." He looked at my pictures. He said the whole room turned green around him when he looked at my picture.
Oh
So
yeah.
yeah, I'm a Taurus. I'm very earthy. I'm very healing and nurturing. I love chocolate. Walks along the beach. you know.
Hello, PO box shoots. Um, walking beach. That sounds like a daily tab. oh, oh.
Well, the Irish in me loves the Irish in you, sweetie.
God bless you, sweetheart. God bless you. The Celtic connection will never die, growing up in Ireland, hearing about Gnostic knowledge and different places that, are
And you have to
Celtic.
bury your own relatives. That was really a shock.
Say it again?
You have to bury your own relatives.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. The whole growing up in Southern Ireland, um, being a very mystical place, growing up as a young child, you just kind of make up your own kind of stories about like fairies, and you hear of the legends in school, like the giants. You spoke about the giants earlier on,
Giants are on every continent.
mm,
Giant
and
stories and
big
the little people.
little
And these are
people.
physical beings. You're not imaginary. They're not imaginary. They're not a dimensional being like a fairy.
They're
They're
not
actual
leprechauns.
physical. They're actual physical beings. These little people and these big people.
Yes, there is stories of them jumping off the side of Ireland, and lurking in between Ireland and America in that big ocean there, with their pets, and their pets happen to be dragons, and the dragons are just sea creatures now, which are almost like seahorses, and they lurk. They used to use the Giant's Causeway to go between Northern Ireland and Scotland, and there's another one also that goes from Scotland into
That's
Europe.
weird. Isn't that weird stuff,
All that
man?
stuff, and that they're Giants Causeway. The reason why they're called Giant Causeway because they're for the Giants. They're
They're
like,
the two giants fighting with each other, right?
oh, right, one with a big hardy stick, one with a big hardy stick. I think it was kind of a shillelagh stick. I think it was made out to be like a shillelagh stick. That was his weapon of choice, and I think the other guys had or whatever they had anyway. But legends get mixed up in legends. I've books of it there. I love reading them, but it makes me miss home. Makes me
Well,
not be
when I
able to
was
go to them places.
I was doing genealogy, I found out I was related to a lot of the Irish kings and stuff, and so, and I realized I have more Irish in me than I do English. I have Scottish, Irish, and then English, in that order, and then I have
Okay.
the German and French and the Scandinavian and all that. But it's like I know so little about the myths and legends of the Fair Isles.
Mm, mm.
And so I would love to come to Ireland because I have my ancestor that was the immigrant. I
Okay.
have not been able to find out where his family is from. So I would love to come and do genealogy because it's just I'm going to have to go look through records,
Yeah.
physical or digital records that are not available online to find him. And
Yeah.
he was a Kane, Kane.
Okay.
And that's a sept of MacDonald. They went over to Ireland to pick him up to go fight because the Canes were good fighters.
Mm-hmm.
and so that's a Northern Ireland. But the ancestor disembarked from Limerick, which is in Southern Ireland. So I do not know if he was local or if he traveled down there to travel to America or to Canada. He went to Canada.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not really sure. It's finding your roots. A lot of people say, well, why does it care? I said, because your family, you have a spiritual connection to your family, not only a genetic one, but a spiritual connection that has to do with karma, it has to do with generational trauma, generational gifts.
Mm-hmm.
There's all kinds of stuff going on. So,
But
um,
genetic, it's in your genetic, in your genes, you know. It's genetically thrown through your generations down to you, you know. Definitely. So Tracy's born in Glastonbury. There, talk about spiritual places. Glastonbury. I went to Glastonbury. That seems to have a big thing about it. Stories to be told of.
did you sense any energetic changes according to where you were near it or in it or?
You know what? It was weird because walking up that hill, going up there, I felt off balance. I can ask Tracy. I felt off balance walking up the hill, and you kind of walk around it to get up it, if you know what I mean, or kind of go like that. And I felt off balance going up the hill and down the hill, even though it would normally you would be fine on it. So, but I walked through it a few times, not so much. I was probably stoned, probably, but sure, I'm always
Um, some Irish went to Ontario, Canada. My ancestors went to Ontario, not New York.
There is a
So,
photograph of me in it in the archway where it doesn't look like I'm standing on. It looks like I'm standing on air.
oh,
So the photograph is taken on the angle that it looks like a mirage between where I'm standing
well,
and
that's weird.
I'm like almost about a foot away from the ground.
That's a little
So
odd.
I don't know. That's a weird. I think Tracy, you have a couple of them photographs there.
Did
I
you feel shifted out of your body a little bit?
have,
That was the dizziness, probably. The
you know
feeling off
what?
balance.
I felt I did feel something all right. It was very good. It was a very very interesting weekend. Um, um, I do every now and again. I get this connection with my Celtic roots anyway. You know, in a way where I get I do loads of videos. If you look at my previous channels, even on this channel, from my first video throughout to now, you'll see every now and again I'll do loads of Irish ones. Loads of I'll go through a phase of listening to Irish bands or whatever, doing some remix or doing some Celtic, old kind of pipe hand stuff and really old Irish music. Yeah, it's kind of I don't know. You always go back to it. I think it's kind of asking your ancestors for the knowledge that you want, and then going into a
Oh,
trance
yeah.
and getting.
I want to learn about my healing ancestry. And basically, the information I got from various things is that I have shamanic healers in my ancestry, and that's like, well, that's in every culture, indigenous culture. Every culture is indigenous originally, and that my indigenous roots in Northern Europe had a shamanic healer's lineage that went through my mother. And it's like my mother knew stuff, but she never told me because we were Mormon and I was, a different path then.
Yeah.
I was experiencing some psychic stuff, but she never elaborated.
Hmm.
So now I have to connect to my ancestors in some way to find this information out about what I am and why I have it and what I'm supposed to do with it.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I used to get that as well.
This
What
is a beautiful stone. It's called celestial quartz, and it's found in deep depths in the ocean. It's been compressed and cracked. It's just quartz, but it's
okay.
had the pressure of the sea above it. They consider it like an Atlantean stone, whatever you want to call it. I went to a rock shop. There's a rock shop in Vacaville that's a little bit east of or west of Sacramento, and they have all kinds of rocks. Well, they had a huge one of these, and this was several years ago. It was like this big. It's like huge, and they let you touch it. And I said, "Oh," and I can't resist. I'm a very tactile person. I like to touch things.
Oh, yeah.
I put both my hands on it, and I'm instantly shifted out of my body.
Oh, okay.
I feel like I'm 3 feet above where I am. in my felt sense inside my body. I am not in my body. My feet, I do not feel my feet on the floor.
Mhm.
That I did not expect.
Yeah. Cool.
Energy in that stone. Stones record and store energy.
Yeah. Is that the first time you've had that sensation of being outside your
That
own
was
body?
the first time I had that shifting out of body thing. I had it again at the Smithsonian Institute when I went into the Marie Cassatt exhibit. I
Okay.
figure it must have been a past life. I may have been her sister in a past life or something. There was
Oh
something.
yeah.
I knew this woman in a past life. I go into the little room that it still gives me the tingles to think about it.
Oh yeah.
Probably. Go into this little room where they have her paintings, which are stunning, by the way. And all of a sudden, I'm shifted out of my body again.
Oh,
This is
wow.
many years later.
Wow.
And it's like, that was bizarre. Why could that do that to me? That these paintings that were painted by her, somehow the energy I was picking up, my soul remembered something and it shifted me right out of my body.
Hmm. Did you get any memories after that of
Well,
going?
the other thing that happened was I went over to the American History Museum,
Okay.
and they had it was like the rooms were dark, but the exhibits were lit up. It's kind of bizarre, kind of creepy. But I'm walking toward this exhibit that's lit up, okay, and I can't really tell what's all about. It has women sitting around a table, wax figures. And I go there, and it's like I'm tingling. By the time I get there, I'm tingling from head to toe, completely. I'm tingling now just thinking about it. It was like I'm freaking. I'm just like going, who are these women, and why are they important to me? What's going on? And I find out it's Jane Addams, who was the one that helped the social reform against children working, helped make the 40-hour work week. Was up into Her group was into making parks, helping immigrants so they weren't taken advantage of by factory bosses. I mean, she was a real social mover and shaker of her day. And then so I got books on her and Mary Cassatt, and I thought, well, they must intersect. I just had this idea that there must be some kind of way to intersect. And Mary Cassatt was very much for rights for women. This is before women could vote. Rights for women. They're very suffragette types, both of them. But you know where they intersected? Was the Chicago World's Fair, which in my timeline was 1905, but now it's 1998 or something like that,
I have book on one.
89.
There's a few.
It's a
Yeah. Yeah.
different year now.
Different year. Yeah.
And you know the World's Fair, all those buildings they supposedly built just for the fair and then tore them
Yeah.
down.
Yeah. Made
We
it
know that's not what happened.
No, no. There's loads
It
of
was a
residue on that. They
it
have
was a reset.
They have Uncle Sam's hat all over all over the place in there. They have the South America on the globe on some of that on their actual
The
logo.
buildings were absolutely stunning, and they were like
Yeah,
completely
there was
gone.
a whole city, there was a whole city built for just for that in a way. And I
Well,
have a
the thing
book
is that
there.
she did a huge mural that disappeared. I mean, and I'm just thinking, okay, there's a message that these women are trying to tell me.
Have that there. I might have that. I might have that picture there. I have a book on that now. You said that I just gave me a remember. I have a book of that shows pictures of
Yeah,
all of
there was a reset of that fair. I really
it.
think there was a big reset there.
I picked up.
Women were getting too close to getting their rights,
Okay. Yeah, yeah.
and it's like it put the suffragette movement back, I
I,
believe.
I do think there's another version of that that could be possible as well. That some tech that was shown then because that was the new age tech, whatever it's going to be, the future of whatever that was shown then was then reset and taken away from what was originally shown. So many people, certain people remember that technology is hidden because governments will want to take technology. It shouldn't have been there, and then evolved to something else that now we call what time travel.
Well, didn't Tesla have a big exhibit there too that was like they put him right next to something else that overshadowed him. And I think this also happened to Scott Joplin. They put Sousa next to him so nobody could hear his music. There was a
Yeah,
lot of
they were
weird stuff
they were
going on.
doing they were doing a lot of that where they would be either too close to someone
This is
or
a sort of a passive aggressive way to discriminate,
yes,
you
absolutely.
know.
They were all about that. Yeah, they were all about that.
Well,
I,
anytime we seem to get closer to enlightenment, a reset will happen
yes,
to
yes.
keep us from going forward in the right ways.
In such life, like we almost get the idea of what life's all about, and then it's go, oh, what was that? Like a dream, it's gone. When you're trying to remember the dream, you can't get out of the box, you know, and then you reset it all again.
Or a war will happen that just, completely messes everything up, the
Or
progress
yes,
we've made.
or they'll put out a media thing and say that the whole world is infected. Anyway, I'll say nothing about that. Why not? You know, they distract us with something. They distract us with something and then reset the whole lot. You know,
We
that's why
just
I
have to
think
keep the vision. We just have to keep the vision of a better world in our hearts.
absolutely. You know, the best outcome is the only outcome. You know, I've tried to be the best outcome is the only outcome in my own mind, and there's so many different versions of outcomes that I've seen. Because as you said earlier on about past lives and remembering lives, I don't want to go too quick into it, well, too far into it. I had an incident where I jumped out my window and I went crazy a couple of years ago, and in that moment, I remembered. Probably not in that moment. About a month later, I started remembering different versions of my life. Like I remember being here a few times previous, and a few times previous, and a few times previous, and then I started trying to go all find my ancestors and stuff like that in a way, and through a spiritual journey, which was true. I suppose a mistake of mine because I obviously I jumped out the window. It was a mistake, but out of the mistakes, I learned the biggest lesson that I was here before and I'm here for a reason. I don't know what that reason is, but I'm here for a reason. Whether it's to be on a show like this and just say one sentence and just get to that one person who is struggling at this moment, but I'm here to do it and to get up and do it every day and have that drive and not let everything else in this world, like war, poverty, whatever, that just outside your door, looking at the news about whatever, having to do whatever in the world, can get too much. But if you keep getting up and doing it, you get through to that one person. That kind of drive. Um, I'm trying to get back in 2022 because when you're doing the show for so long, I've learned more doing YouTube shows than I have not doing them. If you know what I mean, where everything I do on the show will sink in and I'll remember it. Where before I wasn't doing it on the show, I'm not doing it for anyone else. So what's the point? Do you ever get like that when it's almost
Well, yeah, when you get out of your comfort zone, this is when you grow
mm,
and you
mm,
learn.
yeah, biting the bullet and going. You know what? I'm going to do YouTube. I'm going to come on to the show and do whatever. I'm gonna do my show my face like Tracy made me show my face and put
Yeah,
yourself out there.
this month I took off of my tarot, I don't see it as lost. I integrated a lot in that time. And I won't do readings if I'm not doing, emotionally better myself because I don't want to bring that, shadow to my readings.
Of course.
But, we all have these things where we have to kind of reassess, okay, what's going on? Who am I? What am I here for? And,
Mhm.
look at, I have a tendency to beat myself up over mistakes of the past, and it's something I
Oh
have
yeah,
to work on.
we all do. I think we all do in a way.
Yeah,
We all analyze it.
and this is what will throw you into a depression and make you feel like, well, why do I bother? I've been such a train wreck all my life,
Yeah,
and you just
who's
have
going
to
to
get
learn
up
anything from me? Yeah, exactly. I
and
know.
give it your best shot every day. Take
Mm.
each day one at a time.
Yeah,
Tracy says we repeated 2019. Hmm,
let me put it up on this. Why?
I don't know. That's an interesting
2019.
idea.
I do think we repeated a year. It could have been 2019. I'm sure I was 36 twice. Or 35 twice. I can't remember now. I was either 35 twice or 36 twice. And if it was 35 twice, then that is right. That was 2019. I have a feeling that I was 35 for 2 years. And then I looked at I added it up wrong. It can't be. But I have been through situations, excuse me, where it is almost a deja vu down to the color of the clothes people are wearing. you know, where you have this similarity. This has all happened already, and I can even just sort of sit back out of yourself and go, yeah, the car's going to come around that corner now, a blue car, and there it goes. Black cat. I don't. I'm just saying black cat because it's in the matrix. Going to walk past the black cat.
Well,
Almost.
yeah, about the torch being damaged. I remember people taking pictures from the torch with themselves, and that they had access to it just a few years ago. Now it's not been accessible since 1918.
Um,
We
not
were never
accessible.
attacked on American soil till Pearl Harbor in my timeline. But now, the Irish and the Germans got together and did Black Tom. I mean, what are the
Black
odds of
Tom, yeah.
that?
There's another one. There's the Black Tom thing where then goes with the Statue of Liberty moving from one island to another island as well. That kind of
Yeah,
goes.
it used to be on Ellis Island,
Ellis Island, yeah.
and then now it's on a star platform on Liberty Island, which I don't think even existed.
Yeah, that kind of stuff. Why does that happen? Why does that kind of stuff happen?
There's
Why
got to be some kind of meaning there. There's got to be some kind of
well,
spiritual meaning there because
here's the meaning that you can see physically. The right hand up means in certain religions, fuck you, because I wipe my hands
well,
with the white arse or
well,
whatever.
if it's the right hand, that's the masculine hand.
Yes, but
That's and if the left, it's the feminine. The feminine is the one who nurtures and accepts and brings people to healing
mhm.
and comfort and family and belonging, whereas the masculine is all about drive and purpose and the rules and it's very structured. It's very different. And having it on Ellis Island would be more meaningful in saying that I'm embracing the immigrants coming here with love and compassion if she's
Mhm.
holding up
Yeah,
the
exactly.
left
There's
arm.
different meanings in different, even different religions and different civilizations. One hand is towards the other, and then what? Oh, sorry. I'm so sorry. Let me just
No
grab a
worries.
drink. Oh, um, oh, want to cook up early, right? There are photographs of people in that porch. Isn't there one? The famous one.
Yeah, and someone went to, I guess, Liberty Island, and they ran into a guide, and I understand you can't get into the torch anymore. You used to be able to, and I guess they remembered people going into the torch, and they were a guide. So
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, there's just something
I
funny
have a
going
book.
on.
I have a book there on New York. It says that the torch was closed down after the 9/11 attacks, and that's when it was closed, and that was when it was closed to the public. Torch. But I also was talking to a guy who said he went there to the statue about 4 years ago on his honeymoon, and he paid extra to go into the torch. So he paid a guy extra money to walk up into it and take photographs in it with himself and whatever. So but shifting from one island to the other and the symbolism of it, and there's so much residue even all over the place that people remembering that. You say to most Americans, I don't meet a lot of Americans when I'm out doing Mandela smacking, but say probably 50% of Americans would remember Ellis Island if you say it to them that way. The Statue of Liberty, Ellis Island. Yes, absolutely, absolutely agree 100%.
But you have to think about in this timeline what's the attitude about immigrants, and it's not good. And I can't help but think that it might be connected to the fact that Lady Liberty is a different kind of symbol now than it used to be.
Yes, it's not as welcoming as it used to be. As if America are going. Mm, well, I'm not saying America. I'm just saying just a whole.
I think this is very typical all over the world, though. People are mistrusting a great deal more of people that are different than them than ever before.
Well,
Um,
some
you
people,
know,
some people think that we're actually, um, we're run by an evil society, and everything is getting switched around just to go to the alternative motive that everything is up, up is down, as above, so below type of thing, where they're living in goodness and we're living in fucking hell, and they're just, there's that.
Well, the only thing we can do is to do the best we can to radiate love, compassion, and understanding in our daily life.
Mm,
To live any other way is just going to destroy you in this
absolutely.
reality.
Yeah.
You just got to find some peace where you know who you are,
Yes.
because you don't have
Being,
any, there's no guarantees out there. You know what I mean?
yeah, true. So Tracy says giving up smoking. There's a good idea. I'll give up smoking cigarettes because I don't have any, but I will continue smoking rollies, handmade rollies. Uh, sorry about that. I didn't realize that I'd run out of milk. I usually drink milk during the show. This fizzy pop's going to keep me up all night. I'll be running around.
Well, we are all our own worst enemy, are we not?
We are indeed. We are indeed. So let me ask you. I know another 10 minutes. Are you okay for another 10 minutes? I'll ask you a couple of more questions, and then
Sure.
we'll drop our links and we'll set up another show. Everyone did say press 1, 2, and 3, so they do want to see us again. So that's it. We get a definite thumbs up for it. What was it I was going to say? There's a question. Come back around. Come back around. Come back around. Come back around. Do you think that we'll ever figure out what the Mandela effect is in the next 10? Say, when do you think it would be understood in a more meaning, or will it be one of them things that we've been ever understood, like UFOs always been out there? But I do think we're getting closer to what UFOs are, by the way. So we will know that in the next.
Yeah, I think that we live in a world that even if the evidence was shown to people right in front of their face, they
Yeah.
think it was deep fake. You know,
Yes.
because there's so much wagging the dog and
Like that. I like that.
subterfuge, and it's really hard to sort truth from fiction.
Fake news to real news. Yeah. Yeah. So much deception going on in this world. We don't know. We don't know if we're arse or male at all.
And
We do know they're all lying.
it's tempted to go all conspiracy theory and everything, but really you need to kind of step back and take a look at things and
Mm.
just
What
keep
was?
an eye. Sometimes you don't have to make a decision on something. You just keep an eye on it. Pay
Yeah.
attention.
Yeah.
Look for trends. Look for patterns. Look for
Definitely.
um,
Yeah.
keywords and things like this, and just observe. Being the observer is sometimes what we do best.
Yes.
That's why so many of us are looking at residual. We're being the observers because we can't seem to horribly affect our timelines. Although if we figure out the key to manifest for ourselves, and if enough of us do that, maybe we can get some better outcomes all out of this whole mess.
Yeah. And amen to that. Amen to that. If we all manifested, our yellow sun back, that'd be one step closer to what
It
we
would
do.
be nice.
It would be just feeling that nice sun again once. Might give you the energy you need.
To be
You
able
know.
to stand out in the sun and in the morning and just close your eyes and soak it up. I miss that.
Yeah. Stacey just said, always ask questions. Always ask questions. Yeah. Yeah. Well believe in that. Even if I met God, I'd ask him a question. Who made him? And how did he make? I'd always ask him questions. Never always ask questions.
Always be curious. Always stay curious. I mean, you should see
Knowledge.
my library of books.
Yeah, I'd love to. I'd love to.
I'll show you my library of books one of these times.
I'll show you some of mine. Loads of them there.
I'll show you mine if you show me yours.
Here we go. Another one of them, is it? I've got loads of books as well, which some of them are in the cupboard. I spend quite a lot of time in reading them and going through them, because I used to do some voluntary work in a charity shop, and that's where I got a lot of my books. So I'd spend some of the time flicking through them in there. And it's great, the stuff that we forget. We forget, and some of the books I've read before, but it never sunk in. When you read it again, when you've got a Mandela affected mind or something, it means different things. Different senses mean different things. Totally. It's like you've been reborn and like everything is new. You know, it's a great feeling in a way. So don't be scared of it. You know, don't be scared of it. It's good.
You know, I went to Coloma where gold was discovered in California by a worker for James Marshall. He found a big nugget about so big. Unbelievable, right?
Wow.
And I was walking around there with my kids. Now, my kids know I'm a little odd, okay? And I'm, you know, like you said about going to places of high energy in the UK. Well,
Mm-hmm.
this place was used to be a settlement by the Native Americans, and then, of course, the white men came and drove them all away.
Damn you, white
But anyway, I'm walking there, and I feel an energetic change in a part of it. And I step in, and I can feel I step out. It's different. And I walk the perimeter. It's a big, huge kiva type of circular structure that the natives built, usually out of bark. And it was a community thing, and that's like that. I figured that had to be what that was, because I could feel the energy in my kids would say, "Well, it's mom being weird," you know, but I could sense the energy of that. It's a residual footprint, I guess you would, of the past. And I should have known that I was going to be, you know, Mandela affected if I could sense remnants of the past in an environment that just set me up, right?
man.
So I go to the little museum, and they have like you open the door inward, of course. So to the right, the door is hiding a wall. Okay, so you immediately see the glass case with the simulated stones of gold. That they found. They're obviously not the real thing because they'd be worth millions, and they wouldn't. They're just mock-ups. And I'm looking at those, okay, and all of a sudden I start feeling this unpleasant energy behind me. It's like, um, negative, maybe sad, just not good. And so I slowly turn around. We've been able to shut the door, and I turn around, and I see this section about 3 feet tall of a tree, and it's been engraved on, carved on, with names. And when they had to put a road in, I get tingles just thinking about this too. Had to put a road in, they had to move it. Well, it was the names were on it because a group of people had been killed by natives, and they were buried under this tree. And as you know, what happens when you bury something under a tree, the physical parts of those bodies becomes part of the tree. Not only the fact that the tree witnessed this massacre.
Mm-hmm.
And the first thing I thought is like, this shouldn't be here. This is inappropriate. This is like a headstone.
Mm-hmm.
And I would question a great deal about my abilities if I hadn't had these very poignant and deep experiences.
Of course.
You can walk around thinking it's all in your head, but when you turn around, you feel this, and you see what's there, and you see why you're feeling it. You have to admit that there's more to this reality than what we see.
Yeah, of course. I believe definitely 100%. You know, even if you even go off the whole visual spectrum thing that we can only see 5% of our own reality. You know, like if we're talking dark matter and stuff like that, what we can't see out there is more than us. You know, we are literally 5% of what is in this reality. We just can't see it. Visual spectrum can't
Well,
see
they even say our
it.
eyes don't
Blind.
even receive the same amount of information like some animals do. And our hearing, we don't hear the same amount of information certain animals do.
Well, Robin
So,
Redbreast, migrating birds. I think Robin Redbreast is one of the most famous ones. They can actually, well, they say see, but feel the magnetic curve of the Earth. That's how they migrate. They can see it in their vision, which is almost like a pathway. Followed breadcrumbs where we can't see outside. Radiation versions of different radiations. What's out there? Things can live in them environments, just that we don't understand how they can. Things can be made up of different things that we don't even understand what it is. So to say that there's nothing else outside our realm of vision is
there's spectrums of light we cannot see,
Yeah,
but other
exactly.
animals can.
Yes.
And what about people that see ghosts and past things? You know, they see images of the past. They must have an additional ability to receive this information.
Momentary glitches or momentary parts where you can see it or whatever. Yeah, I get sometimes I can connect with UFOs and I wouldn't say manifest them in front of me, but there are some times where I go out and I know that I'm going to see one. I go and pick one, or sometimes I know there's one out there. I go to the window and take a video of one. So stuff like that. Yeah, I think we have an extra sensory sense as well that we don't, unless we know it's there, we don't even think it's there. Instinct is another thing that I find that it helps a lot. If you don't go out and look for it, and you have that gut feeling you're going to find it, well, I think that's the best feeling you can have, because instinct is a great thing. I want to say big shout out to Longreach One. Hi, Longreach One. God bless you. You're here. Your visual spectrum, like they have talk about the Vatican. They have the Lucifer telescope there, which they say can see. I wouldn't say 100% of the visual spectrum, but it can see light and stuff that we can't see with our own version, because it's got different filters on it. And they say that when they did put that up and look at it, they did see almost, how would you say, otherworldly creatures moving around outside our visual spectrum. So stuff that looked like it had life in it in a way. It wasn't moving around sporadically. It was moving around with intent, if you know what I mean. Outside what we know as the physical world here, quantum stuff, quantum stuff, quantum realms, fractal stuff. Yeah. What do you think of micro technology on a fractal level? So not just real out there, just went from one thing to the other there. But have you looked at that? That's a really interesting thing that I've come across.
Well, they say that some people have noticed that fractals look different than they used to. And that's a physics thing, and that shouldn't change, right?
That shouldn't. Yes. The laws of physics should never change. Yes, yeah. Funny you said. I've been doing a few fractal videos, and I've noticed different versions of them. All right, they're not. Maybe I was more excitable when I was younger. When I was watching them, I was more excitable, going, "Oh yeah, this is great." Now I'm just bored of them. They don't have that appeal to me anymore. Like as if like a 9 to 5. If you go in, maybe no. Mathematics, not my strong suit. I did try to figure out a lot to do with quantum mechanics, quantum phasing, quantum ghosts, and all that kind of stuff. Just figure out simulation theory. Very hard to get your head out of that stuff after when you're when every program you look at, or every TV program has simulation theory nearly written in the background. They're trying to make us think that we live in a computer, because they're trying to cut us off from reality, which is another thing. Which then they can sneak in hide a Mandela effect. Put it under there and go, oh, there's one there, and hide it over here, and make the Ford squiggly sign look like a pig's tail. Make the Volkswagen come to break apart, have a gap in it now, and all that kind of stuff. What do you think of the Volkswagen one? What do you think of that one? That has to be one of my favorite ones. The Volkswagen.
Well, that and the Volvo having the male symbol on it too.
Yes,
that's.
Yes.
And the Ford logo and.
Ford logo. There was a Chevrolet. I think it's lost a few things as well. There's a few Altair, Subaru, a lot of car brands. But the Volkswagen one for me is interesting, because the gap represents the separation of body and soul, or body and mind, or two parts, from one person to two parts. And then if you turn the Volkswagen upside down, it looks like an alien. It looks like a guy with two arms and two legs standing looking at you. It's weird. And oh, God bless you. Are right there? Oh no. What? Okay.
It's on a box.
Okay, it's on the box. Okay, what's okay? What your chair just fell over? Okay, God bless.
Not an
Is it,
earthquake.
okay, go. It's all right. It's all right.
I'm not in an earthquake zone.
Yeah. Wow. Wow. There's a lot of stuff, a lot of storms, and a lot of blackouts going on over there in parts of I've got so my prayers and all are with them. I God bless you. And so anyway, not an earthquake, just a box. Just a box.
Just a box.
Just a box. Have you been pulled to any kind of research that is not your typical kind of research lately? You know, have you thought of, oh, I might just do that for something different?
I really, want to look at the cryptids more, because I really think that's a lot of that's a Mandela effect, and it manifests the power of the mind in this world to create things. You've heard of tulpas, right?
Who?
A tulpa. It's from India. It's the belief that ghosts can be created by belief. And
Okay.
they did a research thing where a college invented a ghost and had a name and a backstory and all this stuff. And a psychic came in there and she just spit out the exact information that they had. First of all, they had sat and mentally created this tulpa, this fake ghost, which manifested and did things.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And the psychic picked up on it. So it's like you see all this paranormal stuff. How much of that are we creating through our beliefs and our, messed up attitudes and stuff like that?
Or influence over other people?
You remember the coal experiment that was done in the UK, where these group of people gathered every day to try to contact the other side? And nothing happened. They would meet regularly and spend all this time meditating and calling on the spirits, and nothing happens. And then there's a tipping point. Well, all of a sudden, all this activity occurs. And I'm like, my first thing is like, they created that. They created this manifestation themselves through their belief and their practice. If you meditate in the same place every day, same time, for the same period of time, you will start getting visions. You'll start getting all kinds of things. There's something about being in the same spot, doing the same thing with the same intent. There's some kind of a power in that.
Yeah.
And that's when I had all my visions and revelations, was when I'm meditating in the same place, at the same time, in the same way. And
Yeah.
I can't explain it.
No, I understand you. I understand you perfectly well.
I think there's something going on, and I think we are the creators of much of what we experience.
Yeah.
So be careful what you create.
There's a deeper version of that. Yeah, absolutely.
That we, I think that we all have within us the creative power, being, creations of the source or the God or the Christ conscious, whatever you want to call it, that we carry within us this creative power, and that we just simply aren't aware of it, because this is what part of our soul, our spirit. This power is part of us.
Do you think anyone in the physical form is aware of it? Like the elite?
Oh, I'm sure they are. I'm sure
That's the $360 million question. Are they aware of it, and are they using it? And
they're probably aware of it, and they're trying really hard to make sure we don't find out.
Yeah. Distraction is a great game.
But they never expected a group of us to start questioning our reality.
Yeah.
Did they?
No.
Because you can't oppress spirit. You can't oppress it. It will always rise to the top.
I know a guy. who lives not far away. He's a kind of a psychic dude as well. He goes, I think, on a monthly meeting and sits with people, like 20 or 30 to meet up, and I don't. It's not that they're all sitting around trying to contact the other side or anything like that, but they sit and talk about, what they've spoke about or what they've had spoke to them or whatever, and in a way, kind of a little bit of a think tank. Um, I used to talk to him about it, but I can't remember too many good stories. So Prel said this is a great show. Prel, thank you so much, by the way. God bless you for that earlier comment. And thank you so much for being here. You've been here all night and you're amazing. It's to have you here. And here's another. Isn't it weird that I've been in this community for a little bit. You've been in it for a little bit as well. We've never actually had a show together, but and we were in the community together. I don't know how we've never met and never had a show together. But some of the people that I know, they're all wrenched in here. We're all in the same circle.
Yeah, we're all in the same boat, aren't we?
yeah, we're all in the same stream, but we've never been going upstream together. Maybe is that what it is? I don't know, whatever it is. So it's great. It's a great energy here. It's great. It's a great first meet. It's a great first show. So thank you so much, Ben, and everyone else who's been here.
It's been a pleasure. It's been a wonderful pleasure.
Thank you so much. So just to give an update to everyone, you have 3 channels. The one that you have now that your name is on. We also have your tarot one and the one you're going to change the name of. Isn't that right? My
stories. I have. I'm changing it from a kids channel. I have like my spooky stories on there, my spooky poetry, and I have a few more stories I want to make videos of. I want to learn how to do some animation. I'm going to get into my art. And I have a lot of things I have planned that are not Mandela related technically, but
nice.
And those things, you do the things that give you joy, do the things that make you happy. If you find yourself kind of spiraling down, find something you love to do, something that makes you happy, something that helps to ease the darkness that creeps in on us from time to time.
Yeah. Keep your mind busy as well. I don't work. I'm unemployed, so all I do is all I do. Want to say I make music and videos most days, 24/7. If I could stay up 24/7, I would. I always try to be creative, make one thing new a day, or 2 things new a day. And I used to be trying to make 10 things new a day. Just trying to be as positive and create something.
Well, it's gotta be freaking late there now for you, baby.
What time is it? Oh, yeah, it's 1:05. 1:05 in the morning. I've done. I think I hold the record for. Now correct me if I'm wrong, Jack. Now you'll know. I think I have the record for doing the longest stream ever where I did not stop talking, and that was 42 hours. 42 hours non-stop. From starting off with a couple of guests, having loads of guests, and literally I was hoarse, but I was so awake at the end of it because I went in with the show with the intent of having some couple of guests on, and then it went to the next day. I was getting lunch, I was going out, leaving some music on. It was brilliant. It was great. But that to me, I'm not bragging. It was the biggest, longest show ever, but that 42 hours, I learned so much. It was everyone that was in the community that was there. It was crazy. So yeah, I can go on and 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 on. And the evolution of me since then. I'll give you a quick story. I think Karen B was there, and I asked her a question, and I asked her a question, and then I answered that question. Then I answered and asked her another question, then answered that question. And
don't get us started. We won't.
An hour later, I was like, okay, what do you think, Karen? And it was nuts. It was nuts. I was like a frog in a box. I was like a frog in a box.
I think I need to go eat dinner now.
Yeah, God bless you. What time is it there, by the way? What time is it there?
It is 5:06 p.m.
Oh, wow. Well, we've been on quite a long 4 hours. God bless. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mark. It's been a delight. Thank you, everybody who's come to talk to us and listen with us. Appreciate the company.
Thank you, guys. Yes, we'll definitely be back for another show soon enough. We'll follow the links and stuff like that. And the link to your channel. It's in the description, guys.
I did. I also put it. Let's see. I think I did.
It's definitely linked in
in the
anyway.
chat as well. Yeah.
Oh, nice. It's there, guys, somewhere. Well, anyway, listen, guys, thank you so much. We're going to end it now and go up and say goodbye to each other, and we'll see you all soon. Make sure you hit that like and the subscribe button. And see you soon. See you on the other side. End stream. Alan, do you want to say goodbye? Goodbye, Alan.